But equation child for 24 months. That's 2. Mic blades in the house. 2 years indeed. I'll probably do some talking tonight. It's special. Play the live set I did.
These crazy video effects are brought to you by Fusion 360. Updating. Prepare for a bunch of people going, I knew brackets were part of building stuff. My title is an it's an implied question. Get these cameras working properly. Why is the face cam not being recognized by Stream Deck? What Stream Deck? It probably unplugged. We start up Stream Deck again. I don't have chat up either. Hold on. Actually, no, Chatty's running. That is running. I'm just not popular enough to have people talking. Stream Deck's running again. Let's try setup and the face procedure. Because this camera should go. It's not. There it goes. All right, there we go. Now my buttons are working. Why would you type a bunch of brackets? Are you a bot? Bots get banned on this channel. I think I can close that and it'll stay up. Yeah. Restart. Fusion. It's gonna take some resources. Let's see. We'll get this camera rolling, even though we don't really need it. Okay. Let's do the arm. I need to install the new bar rater tools. I haven't done that yet. All right, go back to do the face again. The arm usually needs to be run twice, but go back to the face cam like that. What you building? So this is
Also, it's fantastic.
Oh wait, hold on. Metronomic Live is talking.
Here since 21 months.
That's not me. That's not me.
Babbling on earlier. I didn't see your 21.
This is
21 month
Metronomic's talkie stream. This is Metronomic Live, by the way. If you like this music, go check him out. He's an awesome dude. Oop, I covered it. I'm trying to hide him. Yeah, Metronomic Live. Really, really, really cool. He's a good guy. I would consider him at this point to be a friend. But yeah, he does these cool mixes in New York. I think he's moving to Texas, but still, good music. Anyway, what are you building? Takes a little bit to explain, actually. Basically, on this channel, we have had, wow, what is with the lag in the cameras today? I probably need to reboot this computer, but it's not gonna get it until after stream. We build things here, and what I builded something cool. What we did is we made a Raspberry Pi log into the Twitch API, and that Raspberry Pi gets the names of subscribers, turns them into machine code, and streams it to a motor controller. And that motor controller is hooked up to my wall. So this autofocus thing, that is a plank of wood on my wall. We've been doing improvements to the laser burner on this channel. So the names of subscribers get burnt in sort of a pseudo word cloud onto my wall live as they roll in. Of course, that doesn't happen right now, but it will. And so what we're working on today Yeah, new wood. This is it's actually getting kind of old now. At least I know it's dry and it's not warping. But yeah, that plank of wood is from Lidith. I think I'm mispronouncing that, but anyway, it's from a shop in PA that we went to, took a road trip to, and bought this very expensive piece of wood. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this thing afterwards. Why does the frame rate suck? Hold on. I don't think it returned my frame rate to where it should be. That's a little better, but it still looks off. The frame rate looks really weird. Like out of sync, I don't know. It's just me. I don't know, it looks like an artistic view. I think this computer's a little tortured. Computer's not having it today. Anyway, yeah, that plank of wood is gonna have a blue laser burn on it, the names of subscribers. Now, the people who've subbed in between boards are all gonna get added to a list, and all the gift subs too, and that list is getting exponentially larger. It's gonna be a sizable chunk when we get this thing working. It's sleepy seeds in my eyes. Hold on, I need to clean glasses. Don't be creeps. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna have a sizable number of names going onto this board. They're gonna be randomized, the people who subbed in between. But yeah, that's the story. That's what it's all about. Is OBS running out of resources? Is that why my frame rate is like artisanal? Or maybe the WebSocket just didn't turn it back up to 60. Racing Wheel worked well. I did a couple little code revisions to turn some of the stuff into some different stuff. I need to lose weight. That did actually affect the quality of the stream. So I gotta get on that train. And then, yeah, everything worked. The suspension for the Satsuma in the rear is not good. I need to retune it. What I need to do is loosen up the rear, because as the car was going along, the rear was bouncing around and causing it to change its trajectory. So I was doing a lot of little corrections, and that kind of added up. It's loose. It's a little loose. All right, so we got to get rid of this delay. What's going on with that? CPU 30%, 60 FPS, 6000K. Everything should be working just fine. Let me see. This one should not be. Wait, grid mode. I thought it said grind mode. I'm like, grind set? What is that? So Elgato properties, deactivate when not showing. Okay, that one can take a second to come in. Does that give us a little bit better? No, I think it's purely the configuration of the face cam. Why is the Elgato in here? Wait, why would I have the Elgato in this scene? Yes. There we go. Yeah, that's the face cam. Look at the properties on that one. FPS, highest. We'll go to 30. Look okay. Haha! Wow, that's the bug in the drivers, by the way. I just dropped the FPS to 30 and this is what happened. Jeez Louise. Let's run the face procedure on it and see what it does. Yeah, there's the smoothness back. Look at that. Look at how well that works now. I was a slideshow before. Fucking Logitech, man. How's this one doing? Yeah, that one looks good. That one looks good. Oh, copyrighted song. Copyrighted song. That's why we do this. I get to promote somebody who I really like their content, but also I get to have background music. You see that though? Like, look at the difference in the camera now. Like my words are syncing up and everything. I drove by the haircut place today. I will get it cut soon. I thought I had COVID. I really did think I had COVID. I was waking up just dead, just groggy and headache and just in terrible, terrible shape. I didn't do anything different until today when I woke up and I'm fine, I'm awake, I feel rested. I still have incredible dark circles under my eye. I got bags under my eyes for days. I've had that in the past like couple streams, in the past couple days. It's been like 3 or 4 days. I just woke up and just felt dead. Just utterly drained of all energy. No other symptoms other than occasional runny nose, headache, When I got back from Oregon, I did a COVID test and it was negative. I have the Binax behind me. I might be able to do that. My 20-year-old son finally got a full night's sleep and was amazed at how good he felt. I was getting 8 hours of sleep. 7. I usually sleep 7. I'm programmed for 7. But I was getting 7 hours of sleep a night and it just wasn't taking. And you know, the question is, I got a lot of body weight, so there's probably a little bit of sleep apnea going on. And I thought it would be that, and I thought about like getting, you know, maybe I gotta go back on the CPAP. But I woke up today and I feel fine. I don't know what it is. 4 hours, gets up and then does another 4 hour. That's actually that's a legitimate, that's what our sleep cycle is. You get like Ben Franklin, people back in the day, they used to wake up at midnight because, you know, the sun would go down and be like, well, candles suck, so let's all go to bed. They go to bed for 4 hours, wake up, do something for a little bit, and then go back to bed for another 4. So Ben Franklin would read naked in a chair. That guy was a freak. But yeah, apparently that's a natural sleep cycle.
Thanks for the raid. Welcome, friends.
I'm gonna be skipping a lot because Metro's talking, and I gotta talk over him. Pen was a very weird man. Yeah. Sleep cycle. I know my sleep cycle, like the timing of it has been kind of bad, but I have been getting the hours, which is that's actually not great. You got to get the hours, but you got to get the hours at the right time, right? Guy in the middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere? Bro, I'm in Philly. I'm surrounded by civilization. Anyway, 200 synonyms for being drunk? No, I'm in Philly. Side of nowhere. 15 minutes of sleep isn't going to do you anything, man. You got to do it in 90-minute cycles. 90 minutes is what it takes. That's what it takes to feel good after getting a little bit of sleep. Or you could do military training and always be deathly tired and be able to sleep anywhere, anytime, for any length. But the more natural thing is a 90-minute cycle. Yeah, isn't it crazy? I don't know what was up with me yesterday, though, because I just felt like death all day. Death tired all day. Got my normal bedtime last night. Woke up at a decent hour today. Because something was tapping on my window, like my bedroom window. Something was like tapping on it. I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't know if it was a dream. It could have been a dream, but it sounded like tap tap at my window. And I've had birds come up to the window before, but it's like 20 degrees Fahrenheit outside. It was like 15 when I woke up. What you working on? This is gonna be the control panel. We gotta make brackets for the control panel for Burn the Subs, which is my big laser etching project. The Raven. The orange car. Which one's the orange car? Yeah, I don't know. I've had birds fly up to the window before, but that's when it was open and there was a perch. So I don't know if there's no perch or what. Oh, the orange cat. Yeah. The orange cat that shows up in the window. I don't think that cat's outside. I haven't seen the cat lately. Let me get the stuff over to this desk. The stuff that I spent yesterday measuring. Crows can knock on windows when it's cold. I haven't seen a crow around here in a long time. I mean, I'm sure they exist, but the crows. Yeah, I mean, maybe it was legit a bird, or somebody threw rocks at my window or some shit. I could have just been dreaming it too. Also, it was windy, so actually, to be honest, I think maybe the knocking was just the window frame shaking due to a gust. Augustus. Amoga. What else? Oh, calipers. Calipers. Making brackets, need calipers. Magpies. I've heard all kinds of stories from like Reddit of people like training crows to like go look for like shiny things for them. Like people start feeding crows and then like generations of crows tell each other about the person who feeds them, and then the crows will end up bringing like shiny things to that person. Their brains are very densely populated with neurons. They've got advanced brains and have maybe about the intelligence of a toddler, but I think that's kind of pushing it. Pretty crazy. Crows. My ever loosening camera mount. Why are you always loosening yourself? Damn. Oh, that's loose too. Probably because I went full extension. You never go full extension. Australian magpies are mean? Huh. Interesting. So I got stuck in a subreddit recently, and it was the subreddit for dead malls. I could not get myself off of that fucking subreddit. It was really interesting. Just people taking pictures and stuff of dead malls. There's I guess there's a lot to dead, malls dying. Part of it is Amazon. Part of it is Amazon taking all the traffic away, but the other part is that our economics are starting to kind of like shrink down and become a little bit less, people don't got that disposable income anymore. So people aren't going out and walking around malls. And as somebody who used to take like half of their day to go to the mall, I worked at the mall as a teenager, worked at a bookstore. Man, it's weird to see. Pretty crazy. Need to go to my local mall before it's completely gone? Yeah, they're going away. They're going away. I mean, I live near the King of Prussia Mall, and I don't think that is any. It doesn't appear to be going away, but man, it is quiet at the mall these days. Rural King and Bath and Body Works. Yeah, there's another one that's always not open, but it's there. Still the glamour shot of it. Yeah. But yeah, it was crazy because all the design of the malls, caught in yesteryear, and then you have these owners that are kind of like stuck, constantly updating the visuals of the malls, and when they close down, it becomes a time capsule of whatever era it stopped in. So there are malls with like emoji movie posters and stuff like that, and it's just like, wow, pretty crazy. God, I need to get my hair chopped. It's getting ridiculous. I'm gonna start looking like a fat Matt Mercer if I keep going with this shit. I could do a top knot or a unicorn knot. There we go. No more bangs on my face. Certain appeal of the mall was the social aspect. Yeah, before phone. Well, I don't know if it made everybody introverted. I think it's just that, we have the internet now. I don't know. I mean, it used to, you used to go to the mall and like look at the stuff, and I want to get the stuff. And now it's like I go to the mall and I know I'm being fleeced by the stuff. But yeah, it's like I don't want to just wander around an empty corridor breathing chlorine air from the fountain that's like 95% chlorine and 2% water. The other percent is coins. Like, malls are kind of gross now. No, I said the other percent. I didn't end the numbers. I said 95 and then 3. Yeah, internet shopping really does spoil you. I'm gonna burp. Yeah, so Gonad, I fully loosened up the rear and turned back on keyboard settings, and I was able to drive the Satsuma home at pretty much the same speeds, but on keyboard. Not having the back you know, like jumping out from you is so much better. I think, oh, 107% meow. Yeah. Meow. But yeah, I think the tuning, my ideal tuning on the rally suspension for the Satsuma, and I like having the narrow tires. I might try the wide ones, but having the narrow tires and the race suspension, I have 107%, I was about to say. My brain, what is wrong with my brain? I actually got enough sleep for once and I feel okay. For the past couple days, I must have been sick because I felt like utter complete ass, and literally nothing changed, and now I feel fine and rested. So I don't know. My brain will come back eventually. Anyway, what I was saying is for the Satsuma, what race on the race suspension, the fronts I have a little bit stiffer than neutral, and on the rears I have them loose with the highest rebound. So all the way loose, all the way minus on the B, whatever the blue one, and then the red one I have all the way to plus. And driving back in the Satsuma, it was tracking everywhere. Like I was going over jumps and then landing them smoothly without jumping around or bouncing off. And I could put 2 wheels over the side of the road and it wouldn't completely kill me. My new thing is second sleep. Wake up early, do shit, get back to sleep. Best sleep ever. I can't do naps. Maybe I will when I get older. Everyone's getting Rona. It's just a question of when. Yeah, I don't know. I've got all 3. I've got all 3 of my things. Hey, can we take back this symbol from the fucking racists and use it as like I got 3 vaccinations? Oh wow, hey man, thanks dude. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check that out. Let's buy some ban. Fucking asshole things. Fucking follow bots. Buy viewers on the, yeah, hey, how about you shove my middle finger all the way up your ass and I'll tickle your prostate. All right, second sleep today than an 8 hour. Yeah, sometimes I wake up early and I gotta sleep like on a hard surface. Wait, why'd you pseudo meme? Did you get caught up in that? What happened? My mods are drunk with power. Check your IFF. Yeah, so that was an all numbers message in Russian. We can't moderate other languages here. We just can't. We don't speak them. So that's why this is English only. So if you were a legit thing, feel free to contact my moderator in PMs and he'll sort it out. And if you can't reach him, you can reach me. But yeah, we can't moderate foreign language messages here. It just says hello. Damn it. That might be one to allow back. Was that just a delete? It was just a delete. It wasn't a ban. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Yeah, so, I'm always beeping. There was another conversation topic that I wanted to get to, and I forgot it. But yeah, the Dead Malls subreddit was really cool. I had a lot of fun browsing that. There were a lot of like aesthetics and memories that are from my past. I shouldn't be covering over Metro's name here. Let's try to sort that out. There we go. No, that's good. Yeah, I don't think we should be very ban heavy. Only if it's a confirmed bot. You guys do a good job. My mods do a good job. I'm happy. Ugh. Oh, so my car was angry at me today. My car was super angry at me today because I started it up in 20-degree weather. What the fuck is this? Oh, 3D connection. I was like, what is that pop-up? A weird one. Yeah, the bots have like a cycle, don't they? So should I get the wheel out again this weekend? I'm thinking about doing that because I do want to do a good showing for the rally. I may do that. I don't want to just stream my summer car, but man alive, I'm like this close to having a good race. CCAs and what it used to be. So it was 20 degrees out and I go to start the car for the first time in like, I don't know, a week, because it snowed here and then it got warm enough that all the snow in my car melted. So I didn't have to do anything. It's good that I didn't have to go out. But I go to start up the car and it's just rough. It's just bad. Really, really, really bad. And I was like, oh no. I streamed after your stream and hit every tree. I know you did. I know you did. I know you did. I never get to raid Flatulent Gonad because he either goes live 5 minutes after I do, and then I sit there going, I could have raided Flatulent Gonad. He's playing the same game. Oh man, when did I stop? I stopped at this time. When did he go live? They're very similar. I think I missed an opportunity. And then I'm like, no, wait, do the math. Okay, they're like 10 minutes apart. It's all right. It's all right. It's not a guarantee anyway, because I brain fart it, and sometimes I just don't feel like it, and there's all kinds of stuff. I was busy watching a rally attempt. Attempt. Yeah, I'm gonna try again this weekend, I guess, and I'll have the wheel plugged in. I'll have all the right settings on the wheel, so I can pull back on the stick shift, and it'll drift. If I had this thing, Short Lurker's probably still asleep, but he was asking about this. It's covered in spider webs. I have this, which is a hydraulic actuated handbrake lever. It's a legitimate one. It's for a real car. These are cheap. This is like 35 bucks or something. It's even got an e-brake, like a parking brake lever. So you can use your hydraulic brakes as a parking brake. That wouldn't be an emergency brake. That would be a parking brake.
Rocky.
What does some weird characters look like you? What are you talking about, man? Who the hell's that? I don't know who that is. I put BTS as the first thing in the title.
EWERD.
You don't have a link for this. Hold on.
How do you pronounce
It was just eBay like parking brake, I think. Hold on, let me find. Why are we lagging? What's going on here? It's weird because they're all aluminum and they're like, look at this, it's $40 and it's all aluminum and it comes with a brake master cylinder. It comes with this. What the hell? Yeah, I saw a lot of juddering on my end and I don't know what the deal is. Dropped frames 111, CPU 30%, record 28 minutes, live, blah blah blah. Everything else should be working, 60 FPS. Yeah, when it was loading the web page, it got all squirrely. I don't think Fusion's doing anything other than using up resources. Please don't question the fact that I'm an educator. I haven't had to prove it in any way, shape, or form, and I hope I never do. Anyway, yeah, these guys. It's just, I mean, $40 gets you an all-metal emergency brake actuator. I don't have one in here yet. I don't have one. It should probably just be a button, but if stuff takes analog, then maybe it's gonna need I need it to move a little bit. So I need to figure out like either like an oil thing or one of those slow closing door bumpers, and then something like maybe a load cell. Maybe this needs to be another load cell device, and then I need to mount it to the rest of the setup, which is like all this stuff on the right side. Like, what do I do with? I pretty much need to just build a racing pit at that point. Like, that's why this has lived on a shelf for like 2 years. And it goes back. It's going back on the shelf. I know, it's a really nice handle. The foam kind of sucks. I would get a tennis racket grip and wrap it in something else. In fact, I should probably order that right now. No. If I actually start using that thing, I will get just a tennis racket grip kit and just put that on there so you have a nice soft, leathery feeling thing. But yeah, that needs another load cell. That needs a hand amount of pressure load cell, so it'd be a much less strong load cell. The one on the brake pedals, like, two of me could jump on that load cell and it wouldn't be overloaded. Like, that's a ridiculous load cell. Pretty cool though. If I actually did have a sim pit, which I don't, that would probably be a cool thing for it. I wonder if I could make the sim pit deploy from the brewing table. From the brewing table? Put like a bucket seat in there. Or one of the seats that like folds all the way back, so you could bring it out and the back would pop up. I don't know. I could use that giant linear actuator to make it deploy. That's a little too Batman. It's a little too Batman for me. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to be, it could even just be like a big spring and then just like a linear, if I wanted it to be analog, I mean, it could just be a button too. It could just be a button. Ooh, bubbles, carbonation. Yeah, we're gonna do some 3D design today. We're gonna be using Fusion 360. We're making brackets. That's true. Just a knife switch. Clunk. Do like a step up, like a DC to DC to make it like 160 volts or something, so it gets a nice spark when you put it down and when you break it. People use foam on a load cell to simulate handbrakes. That sounds about right. Yeah, I've never had. On a car that I've worked on, I've never had a good functioning handbrake because nobody knows how to, not a single human alive knows how to properly adjust the BMW drum brake, because it's got, the handbrake is on a drum brake, the emergency brake. You should call it an e-brake. It's there for emergencies and to help you park the car, but they don't have a weird, like VW is a weird ratcheting system that's like impossible. You need to drill 2 holes in a 2x4 and put a pair of pliers in it, and then that presses down as you twist in order to reset the brake caliper. On BMW, they're purely hydraulic, so you can just press the brake caliper piston down and then put new shoes in there and you're done. Except if you are trying to do pads for the e-brake. Pads for the e-brake, you need to disassemble a drum brake, which is a spring death puzzle. You need to reassemble a drum brake, and you better hope that you got one of those drum brake setter tools, because man, those help a lot, because you got to put springs under pressure and then slip them onto mounts. When you get that all assembled, you put the caliper over that drum, bolt everything back up, and then it's out of adjustment. So you've got 2 bolts at the handbrake lever in order to tension the cable. And everybody always tells you, oh, just tension the bolts at the front. What they neglect is that the previous techs who have worked on the car did that over and over again. So you've got these 2 really long threaded pieces at the top of the cable, and your nut that adjusts it is all the way down, and your parking brake goes all the way up and then engages 1 click. And it's like, that's not how you do it. What's happening is that they are expanding the top of the caliper, but the bottom is not expanded enough. So what you gotta do is you gotta remove one of the wheel bolts in the rear, position it just right, and then you get a long screwdriver in there and you click over this little cog wheel. It's not auto adjusting. You gotta click it over, and then that expands the bottom piece, because it's two like on a drum brake, it's 2 things like this, and they expand at one end, and they hit that drum. And when that drum heats up, they do it less. That's why trucks have big runoff things on the highway. So on the handbrake lever, what they do is they don't adjust the bottom piece, and the top piece is barely able to expand to meet the edges of the drum. So when you put new pads in, you gotta go in there with a screwdriver, and you gotta pray that you're moving it in the right direction. You do it a couple clicks, and it needs to actually grip a little bit in its lowest position. And then when you pull on the lever, it engages. I've done all this, except my handbrake still sucks. It should be a light pull for it to not move the car on a 45-degree angle. I have to pull and then wrench, and then it actually grips. Yeah, some of them will auto adjust as you do the parking brake while the car's rolling. I did that a bunch. It doesn't. This one does not do that. I did that a bunch. I tried that a bunch. I remember I was talking to you about it. Yeah, for the BMWs, it might kind of look like it auto adjusts, but it does not. It does not. It's bad. That's why you remove the one bolt and adjust the cogwheel with a long screwdriver. The mechanics on this brakes is surprisingly complicated because that one's locked entirely on actuation. Yeah, there's some crazy drum designs. Drum brakes are generally to be avoided, but yeah, BMW drum brake rear. There we go. So yeah, this is not the right one. This is a hydraulically actuated one. That's not even right. There it is. No, that's not it either. These are just drum brakes. These are hydraulic drum brakes, and these might auto adjust down there. Yeah, the BMW one is different. It has that cogwheel. All of these are straight up drum brakes. I'm looking for the drum emergency brake. There's one example of it. I think that's upside down though. I could be wrong about this. We'll do like E46 drum brake. Yeah, see, that's the adjustment. What a bunch of piss. Sorry, Australians, for my tier 1 curse. Australians, bunch of aliens. Okay, yeah, this is the passenger side. There's the adjuster. Drum in hat, yeah. And there's part of the spring death puzzle right there. So that spring is what keeps that from turning. And you basically are fighting that spring in order to adjust it. But you remove a wheel bolt and you put it into the right position. Then there are these little helper springs that keep it snug against the dust cover, and those you have to press in and twist 90 degrees to get them to lock. And then there's a cable mechanism over here. So what's happening is when you pull the cable mechanism, this part of the drum brake expands. This needs to be set properly to basically be barely in contact with the drum. And I have not adjusted it correctly. I really wish they pasted something on it to tell you the direction of the threads, because I don't know. It's probably righty tighty lefty loosey, so that means that the little gear is on a threaded shaft. Which, hold on, wait, to adjust this one, if it's in the front like that, in order to expand it, I need the gear to go clockwise. It's towards the rest of the car, so it'd be like this. Click, click. God damn. Like, you need like you gotta 3D render it in your brain before knowing. And nobody adjusts it like that. I had my car inspected, and they were like, you need new rear caliper, or new rear rotors. And I'm like, all right, I guess replace them. And they put, cheap OEM quality, like terrible quality rear rotors on. And when I go to pick up my car, if I had pushed on the car, it would have rolled backwards. The handbrake just didn't work. They pantomimed pulling it up, and it's like they didn't think anything was wrong with that. Yeah, I'm an advocate of doing your own stuff because, man, I mean, if I took it to a BMW place or a BMW Savvy place, there's a really good auto mechanic right nearby here. We know them pretty well. If I took it there, they would have done it correctly. Hey, Smith Clay, how's it going? Is there already 120? Holy shit. We got into talking about stuff. I had a lot of good topics today. Yeah, I did a little bit of revision on the way the wheel works, by the way. So what I did is I took neutral and I snubbed it out. I went and neutral went out. Neutral's gone. Or drive, rather. The drive is gone. That BMW shifter, when you go into the plus minus mode, the middle section is technically drive, and I turned that into a button. I undid that in this code. And then I turned neutral into an actual gear and reverse into an actual gear. So when I park the Satsuma and I want to go from first gear to reverse, I can move the lever over to reverse. If I want to go back into first gear, I have to move the lever over and then shift up. Actually, it'll put me into neutral, and then I need to shift up on the paddles. It's gonna be a weird procedure. I was driving my car today, and I was in my own head about how I operate my own car. Why does my own car feel so incredibly intuitive, and I don't have to think in order to put the clutch in order to put it in reverse, and keep the RPM up while the car was warming up initially from being frozen for a day? I didn't have to think about heel towing a little bit while keeping the brake on in order to keep the car from stalling while I was waiting to merge onto the main road, right? I didn't have to think about that. I had the clutch in, heel towing, first gear, hand on the wheel, turn up the radio. All of that was completely intuitive, but in my summer car, I'm like, and then everything stalls. Why the hell is your E46 stalling? It's an E39, actually, sorry. The E39 is actually stalling because it was 20 degrees out and the car had been frozen for 2 days. It needed to warm up, and once it warmed up, it was fine. It's just it had a little bit of trouble doing idle control, and then it was rumbly until it flipped over the fuel maps, all the fuel maps over to cold weather mode. They have to do that. Snoopy peep peep, Snoopy peep 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 peep. Oh, sorry, I'm saying an Australian curse word. Piss. Toby Fox, the creator of Undertale and Deltarune, got in trouble getting his game, I guess, with the censors in Australia, because he used the word piss in Deltarune once. Maybe a couple times, but it's not like a staple of the game. Piss isn't part, it's not doing piss roleplay or anything like it. It's just like one time, I think one of the characters says pissed off, and like the Australian censors are like, nope. Like, what the hell? So yeah, I also reversed reverse. So I think reverse will engage. I need to check to see if reverse is like broken in the software somewhere, because we saw when we were messing with the wheel, we saw reverse was on and it was permanently on, and I'm flipping the bit. I don't know if the timings might be receiving reverse in a weird way. I'll have to investigate that. It locks them out on mine, they just work on the bike. What? Oh, it doesn't let you use sequential with the H pattern turned on. You can assign reverse and neutral positions though. I thought I could do that. Yeah, I'll have to see. I'll have to see if that works or not. If it doesn't, then I'll just do sequential. It's too bad though, because with it doing, whatever's pressed and works, that works perfectly for me because I've got a kind of like a hybrid. Yet they have a commercial that features a farmer saying bugger as the only dialogue. What the hell? Yeah, I would love an H pattern because it would more naturally just fit into my brain's driving scheme. Because I get in it, I get into my car and I can drive and I can change the set on my insulin pump while driving a stick shift car. Like, my whole brain space is not occupied by driving the car. Whereas in the setup on Saturday, my whole brain space was occupied with how I drive the car. So another thing is a slightly more comfortable seating position for my fucking cantaloupe body build, my Sigma cantaloupe grind set. I need the pedals to be a little lower, and so I configured that. After Saturday's stream, the pedals fell apart. Oh my god, all of the 2020 rail stuff that I put together wasn't really tightened down enough to handle my feet pressing up against it, and so it started to kind of like disassemble and disconfigure itself. So I'm gonna prop the pedals up a little bit and lower them down, and then lower them down on the chair, and that'll bring the pedals down and move them up a little bit so my feet can press them fully. I think that'll be okay. Alrighty. Throat singing. It's throat singing is you go, you do basically tongue on each side of the teeth, right, of your upper jaw teeth, tongue, making a little chamber, and then you vibrate it with the back of the throat. So if you do a low note, you can make the higher note with the chamber of your tongue. It's higher notes I'm not as good at. If I'm alone in my car, I can do the throat singing thing. I can barely do it right now on the spot. But, yeah. Like in Dune. Throat singing is fun. You guys should try doing it until your neighbors are like, shut the fuck up. I like the song a lot, actually. Where did my browser window go? Where did it go? We're listening to drum breaks right now. Oh, wait, no. We're listening to Metronomic Live, doing a set 5 days ago from New York City. New York City! Do I have everything I need? I think so. Got all the stuff over here. Throat singing makes me cough. You shouldn't be resonating the back of your throat that much. It's you're mainly, most of the vibration is like up towards the front. You're going ooh, right? Ooh, and then you add your tongue to the top and it goes ooh, and you can hear that resonation start. Ooh, and then you push up the back of your tongue and it ooh, and now you're singing two notes. Ooh, basically. I mean, you'll have to come up with your own little methods on it, but all kinds of weird shit you can do. We got to get into some analog synth stuff soon. We got to do that. I've got too many resources for synthesizers now. Julian has been pumping me full of information, and I'm liable to ask him to stop soon. What, downshifting like I did? I did it! I got a good time on the rally! Blows motor up immediately. You have to be 3 notes lower? No, you don't. Lower notes are better, and it's cooler if you say stuff in Mongolian at a low tone. Like all those cool throat shaped noises. It was a lot of fun. I used to sing. I still do, but I used to too. God, one of the things on my list for this week to do in game before we do the rally is I need to take the Satsuma back to Fleetari and get all the bodywork repaired. Because I had a time where I was running around and trying to get the Satsuma back home, and I forget what I did. I probably didn't take a turn enough because I was on keyboard, and I ended up on the side of the road going to pick up a part, and Mr. Halter in that green fucking hatchback comes up and oh no, you know what it was? I was just coming out of town and I was going around that sharp turn and I'm like, man, I gotta watch out for, and there he is. So I had to get off the road suddenly, and he barely sideswipes me, and that pushed the whole side of the car in. Bending notes on the harmonica uses similar technique. Interesting. One thing I can't do is circular breathing. I never got the hang of that. I had a few instructors who knew how to do that, and one of them kept it a complete secret because she wanted to seem like she had superpowers in front of a bunch of kids. And the other one tried to teach me it, and it just didn't work. It just didn't work. All right, we gotta get to work. Speaking of work, we gotta work. We gotta do work. Ghost gotta do work. Here's the deal. So, I got this thing. And it's on my wall. It's a giant plank of wood with a laser trained on it at all times. And the laser's not there because I just don't trust the wood. The laser is there to burn the names of subscribers onto itself. So basically, this is a robot, and this robot is programmed to log onto the Twitch API and turn your subscriber names. If you subscribe to the channel, your name gets turned into text. It gets turned. And that's it. It gets turned into text. And then it looks around and it finds a blank spot for that text. And then it turns that text into machine instructions. And then it streams those machine instructions to a thing that moves the motors. And that's all going to be within the Raspberry Pi, while it monitors its own temperature, turns on and off cooling systems, and displays its status. Now, there's a couple pieces of that we don't have fully yet, and there's some pieces of that we need to tweak. But before we get to all of that, I need the hardware to work. And so what we've got right here is we've got an opportunity to completely rewire this entire thing. I hate to do it, but I've got to. I'm not going to be able to sleep at night unless I do the full rewiring. And so we'll have real wires on everything, and I have real wires to put in place there. I've got some non-silicon wires that I'm going to use basically to wire up the entire thing. We've got limit switches in every corner of that thing, and then we have the stuff that controls the laser, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to put connectors on the various stages in case we have to take stuff down and work on it. Now, one of the things is, once this thing starts up, I don't really want it to go down again. I want it to just be working permanently. But the first part of rewiring this entire thing and refurbishing my board is taking a look at the control panel. Now, we did the y-axis. We have the y-axis fully rebuilt. The only thing that remains would be some kind of a bracket to hold up a DB connector. It's like 20 degrees out. Yeah, it's too cold to open the window. It's also too dry to open the window. If I move around, I will get a static shock. Anyway, please hold your applause until the end. We're going to be revamping the control board for this project. Now, this is the part that bolts to the wall. I want to keep those same holes. I may chop off the tops of these and put corner cubes on it, or I could just find new rails and put corner cubes at the top, because like this drilling through the rails is not a great idea. What I have 2 planks of wood that are attached to the wall, and those are the mounting point for basically everything burn this up. So the control panel mounts separately. And then what I'd like to do is incorporate the EK water block. Move that over. Oh God, there's like shit at the bottom of this. I gotta wash all this stuff out. I gotta like fully wash out I need like a session, like a bathing session with my water cooling stuff. Yeah, but anyway, I want the EK reservoir with the clear front that we transplanted onto it, and the little waterfall, and then the moving indicator, the 60 millimeter radiator that takes 2 fans. It may have no fans. It might have 1 fan in the end. I couldn't find a 60 millimeter Noctua on GrabCAD, so that's not in the model. But we need a bracket for the pump on the back. I've got a micro pump on there. I might want a second one. I might want 2 pumps. One for the not incredibly useful actual electronics water cooling, and then the other one would be pumping the great distance out to the laser and back. I'm going to hold off on that because I need to actually test the pump with that length of tubing. You see, the thing about running everything in parallel is that, much like electricity, the water is probably going to take the path of least resistance. So the long run out to the laser could have practically no pressure at all, while these are sapping up all the resources. I mean, it's a pretty thick tube here. I'm not a hydrodynamic engineer, you know, I don't know that stuff. I don't know all that civil engineering shit. So I may have to, I don't know if I like have a set of valves on these things. I don't know if I want to go that far. I'm also waiting on parts for the water cooling stuff until we can go significantly further from where we are right now. But the things that are set in stone, we're using this reservoir, we're using this radiator. I'm going to put this over top of all the electronics. I want this to pressure fit on the front, because there's not going to be an incredible amount of vibration, and this thing isn't really going to be moving all that much. And if I need to take stuff off and, you know, get bubbles out of the water cooling system, I can just remove this and put it aside. So I want that to be on the wall, but maybe, I mean, if we're feeling charitable, maybe I could like glue a magnet in the corner, and then this could go on and the magnets can click together. Just something to keep it from falling. Other than that, like, this is there for the design. My brother hastily painted this with some all-in-one finishing, so it looks okay. I don't mind the look. That glass is permanently captured in the wood, so if anything happens to it, we're in trouble. But yeah, I think it would lend itself to the little control panel over there, and that way my electronics don't get covered in dust. It looks nautical. Yeah, a little bit. I don't want to put any holes in the side of this either. So that needs to basically slot over all of the electronics. I was convinced to incorporate a vacuum fluorescent display because we can get slightly better diagnostics and we can actually display the name that's going in. I could even have a countdown timer on the name that's going in case I need to run over and stop everything. Because sometimes you guys push the envelope a little too far in terms of the names that are subbed. It's like, yeah, Twitch allows it, but they're going to get rid of that name in like 2 hours from now. So I need to be able to put the kibosh on a name that doesn't actually work. You keep trying to do that, Turts, and it still doesn't work. But anyway, yeah, so I need to be able to put the bosh on names. I need to be able to run over and just go and shut it down. So I don't know if I want to have a countdown timer on the names going in, or we could just continue on with the, the system that we have. Yeah, I don't know. Having it give coordinates. I'm gonna leave it up as a surprise. That's enough of a distraction. And on the weekend days, like on the game days, I can just say that names will be burnt Tuesday morning, sorry. I might not let that one on the board. Again, like with the previous board, we had somebody discover it pretty early in its life. And pretty early in the life of the board. And so there's some names on there that are very large that I don't think should be. I mean, yeah, it's an embarrassment of riches, but one gift sub to a name like that, at least in the new version of the board, all of the initial, like the person subs are going to be large and the gift subs are going to be in a small font. So that may, hey, that might lend some life to it. Yeah, that's what I just realized. Yeah, that's why I just explained that. Listen, the gears are starting up. It's cold out. I need to get some warmth in my brain, and then she'll start purring. So yeah, that's the idea is that I need to put these three components inside of this. We need to mount this to the rails, and then I need to devise. See, this is open, so I don't want to tilt it too far. I need to devise some kind of maybe a singular bracket to hold the radiator up. Hold the radiator up in position, and we need to get the radiator into its relative position where it is where the fittings allow it to be. I don't have the 45-degree angle fittings that I can lend to the CAD drawing, nor did I model any of the fittings on this. I don't want to have to do that. And then the pump that I was able to find is the same dimensions, but this one has 4 feet on it, and the other one is 3. So reconciling that and creating a bracket out of that is going to be rather difficult. But let me show you guys what I already have. Let me just save this. This is the code for the wheel. I think the wheel's ready to go. I think that just has everything it needs in it now. I think I've got that all configured properly. All right, Fusion. Last thing I was working was the Norn. But yeah, so I have been working on the control panel for BTS 2.5. BTS 2.5 is a lot more comprehensive of a hardware revamp because it's basically, this speaks to the state of my ability to build stuff as of late. Who is that? No good 10th, thank you for following. That's getting larger, isn't it? Hold on, I'm gonna burp. Okay. Streamlabs, where's Streamlabs? Streamlabs, unlock. There it is. I'm gonna make that smaller. It's still gonna be kind of like over my face, but I know you guys don't need giant text on the screen. Let's make that overall smaller in all the scenes, actually, to be honest. Lock that up again. Go here. Unlock Streamlabs. Sorry, doing a little stream maintenance here. Where's my Streamlabs? There it is. Actually, I think it's getting smaller with all of them at once. That's all right, though. A little smaller than that. You guys can't see it right now because it's not doing anything, but feels like it's getting smaller and smaller. I think I got that. That's a good size already. Yeah, I think it's sized to the same in every scene. I think I have it pasted in as references. Oh no, that one's still enormous. That one's still, I don't really use this scene anyway, but I just got to do this real quick. Sorry, doing a little stream maintenance here. I need to update a lot of my visuals and stuff. I know it's things are getting a little crusty. Things are getting a little crusty around here. Where's Streamlabs? Show me the Streamlabs. Oh, there we go. That's the one that I already made really tiny. We don't use this scene ever. That one's too big. Make that nice and small. Nice and crisp. Crisp and small visuals, right? All right, and then this one. That one's nice and small. Yeah, that's a good one. Although I need to move it. I'm going to move it up at the top. Yeah. This one doesn't need Streamlabs at all, but oh, it's still on here. Okay, hold on. Cancel. Put it behind my head. Here we go. All right. Anyway, sorry. I just had to make sure that all that stuff was worked out and properly functioning. So anyway, I'm getting Burn the Subs 2.5 is reflecting the amount of skill that I've gained by streaming all this stuff to you. Like I say, you know, a good project should scare you just a little bit because it's going to expand your horizons and it's going to allow you to flex some of those muscles that you barely ever get to use. In my case, a lot of the stuff has revolved around 3D modeling and being able to quickly make a three-dimensional representation of a thing in meat space that's actually going to allow me to design things around it. So what I've been doing is over Monday, what I've been doing is basically going in and modeling some of the stuff that I can't get models for, and getting models for some of the stuff where models exist. So I've spent a little bit of time on GrabCAD. It's a website called GrabCAD. There is a library on GrabCAD because GrabCAD first puts you into their landing page where they want everybody. See, if I answer the question every time somebody asks what BTS 2.5 is, because I literally just got done explaining that, I would constantly be explaining it, and I will explain it throughout the stream, but I can't do that. I can't stop everything and explain every time there's a question. So I am being a little crass and I am ignoring people. Hopefully, yeah, the YouTube video will answer what Burn the Subs is. I'm in the process of explaining what 2.5 is right now. If you go to GrabCAD, it's like, it looks like a completely different site from what it actually is. I guess it probably got bought by an industrial supplier or something. But the thing is, under community, they have library. And that library is an absolutely extensive listing of three-dimensional models of stuff. All kinds of stuff. I'm not about to go and 3D print a toolkit. But generally what I can do is I can go in here and I can search for something like micropump, which was my name in college, and then I can find resources for stuff like similar to micropumps. What I found was this one here. It's like the only one that properly represents that pump, and you can see that it's got 3 feeties, whereas ours has 4, but it still is a comprehensive step file and 3-dimensional model of the pump that I have. So I can actually get in there and I can put I can't quite put bolt holes down, but I can sort of pseudo put bolt holes down and get an idea for how it's going to fit in the rest of the system. So I did a bunch of that, and I actually found out that there aren't a lot of AlphaCool radiators on this site. AlphaCool has a directory of their own radiators. Well, in German, you can flip it over to English. They have an actual comprehensive listing of their gear in 3 dimensions. And these are good models, at least in terms of Fusion 360. So I was able to actually go in here And oh, those are the reservoirs. I was able to go, that's pumps, radiators. I was able to go in here and actually, which one, I don't know which one's a grease, so we're just gonna deal with that, and download the step files for the specific radiator that I have. Although the design's ever so slightly different, the outer dimensions are all there. So I gotta remember, this is a site that I forgot about, that AlphaCool does in fact have all their stuff in 3 dimensions. So you can do a lot of good layout. One thing I couldn't find was the EK reservoir, and the EK reservoir is a box. So that was relatively easy for me to model. I did this in 2 drawings. And just for sharts and gargles, I put in that little cutout too. These holes I have based on a previous iterative design thing that I made a bracket that would hold up the EK reservoir. So I used those dimensions to figure out where everything should be. I still need to go back to this drawing, by the way, and figure out what the dimensions are for the screw inlets, because I did those very nicely. They're very flush and perfect. I'll get back to that when we get there. But yeah, this is the representation of the EK reservoir, and it's basically 2 different reservoirs put together. So I even modeled in the difference in the chamfers. But yeah, that'll give me an idea of where this thing goes, right? That gives me an idea of where this thing goes on the rails. Did I have to make anything else? No. The Noratake e-tron vacuum fluorescent display, this cool looking thing here that makes really cool numbers, this numerical alphanumerical display, 2 lines. This thing is great, and it's got a very distinct visual quality to it. It's very 80s VCR kind of thing, and I can put my own text on there, and I can make it dance for me, right? Do all kinds of cool stuff. So this display, I found a model for that. I found a Raspberry Pi model. That one was not as hard. It's just getting a good one is tough. There's a bunch of them on GrabCAD. I managed to find one that sort of did things properly enough for my purposes. Then it came to the actual motor driver. Which there might be a timeout on the BTS command. It came to the motor driver. This is a board that I bought in 2013, I think. I bought this in 2013. Actually, what year is on this? I think there's a year on this. It's like DIY something or other. I think we found a year on it at one point, but I think I put this bracket over top. I put this little connector holder over top of the year. There was a website on it, but the website's dead. This is like an ancient laser controller, right? We upgraded the drivers on it, but it's an ancient laser controller board, and it's built for a system called Gerbil, GRBL, which is it's a firmware that you can upload to your Arduino Pro. I think just Pro. Kyle Wee subbed for a 16-month streak with the Rockin' Stone. Hey, man, thank you for the 16 months. Well, thank you for the 19 months. Holy shit, never mind. And Stiloto is 12 months. Hey, thank you, Stiloto. I appreciate it. Both of you guys, man. 12 months and 19 months. That's great. I think Stiloto will appear in just a second after Kyle Wee is done with their, I think, 3 seconds. Here it comes. Ready? 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 Yeah, there it is. There it is. I need to improve that. It's just like a block. It's just a box that flashes and then does the animation. I need to make the animation go, and then that flash be how the text comes in. I'll take a look at that one day. Maybe sooner rather than later. We'll see. It's just masking out the text and then having that animation in the background. Wasn't something Streamlabs could do. I have to check out other services, see what does that. Anyway, this board is not supported by anything. Like nobody knows what it is. There's no schematics for it. There's no manufacturer website. The website on the thing is dead. It was made in China. It puts everything onto the board nicely, and it gives me connectors to interface with everything. I could probably find a replacement board, but the 100mm separation of these 2 rails was based on this board. I might as well keep using it. It works. Basically, we just plug into USB on the Arduino, and we can send it G-code, and this thing will handle everything else. We give it millimeter instructions, and this thing is programmed with all its parameters. Although it does actually, the motor controllers probably, every now and then, they should probably get reflashed with their settings. And I need to store the settings in the Raspberry Pi now instead of a separate microcontroller. I'm rambling. Anyway, this board, I don't have anywhere. So what I did is I made a representation of the board. And it's basically just probably one of the most comprehensive and complicated three-dimensional designs that I've ever done in my career. And that is, it's literally just a square with bolt holes in it. I just measured where the holes would be and I made a little panel. That is representative of the motor controller board. And there's a height aspect to the motor controller board. We'll just have to kind of be careful about it. So that's what that is. The one struggling point I think on this is the power supply. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull in a proper power supply, and I don't have the resources to model something from the ground up to look like one of these power supplies. There are a lot of models of these power supplies out there. I don't know if McMaster-Carr or DigiKey has 3D models that are well built for those types of power supplies, but they're not that standard, and I wanted to get one that actually like was the right size. I can't seem to find it. Yeah, here. So here's the whole thing put together. The whole thing put together. Now, since we're doing CAD on stream, I have barely any room, so I gotta close the parts thing. Blech. This is what I have got so far. Now, keep in mind Fusion, the texture. I built this box as one big solid instead of individual pieces, so it thinks that I basically whittled this out of a log. I don't know. It's just a representation of the wood. It's not actually the wood, you know. So I think I want to rearrange where the screen is, by the way. I think I want to put the screen in between the Raspberry Pi and the motor controller because it's just hard to see here. I mean, you're going to be standing over the board, right? So you'll be looking at it from a downward angle, and that overlap is going to cost you. It's going to keep you from being able to see what's on the screen. And I don't want to put it all the way up against the glass because that means I got to 3D print these massive, mahoosive standoffs. Unless I do the standoffs bolting through the platen, the base platen, and then I can put multiples up and suspend this up in the air. That's what I might do. I might just do metal standoffs. But I do want to 3D print the backing for this because then I can put vent holes in it and maybe a little fan. I'm not going to chisel this out of a solid block of wood. No, thank you. So yeah, I've got the micro pump in there. My thought is that I might want to do 2 micro pumps. I don't have a lot of space under here. But if I do 2 micro pumps, that means one of them can do the bus for everything. But the other thing is that I bought these distribution manifolds. What was that site that had them again? I'm trying to remember. Hold on, I'll look it up in a window. None of this stuff is particularly expensive, but it's asking me to sign in. Rightfully so. Of course, then again, down here is all of the like suggested recent purchase stuff, and it's probably, those parts are probably part of these suggestions. Oh, it doesn't look like they are. It was like Alpha Cool. Was it Alpha Cool? MCX? Yeah, there it is. Alpha Cool MCX is the specific like series, and then I bought one of these, which is a 1:5 splitter, and then you have little block off things that you can put on those. So I don't know if I don't know. That's basically my status. I don't know. I got to figure out how I'm going to be implementing a lot of this stuff. Yeah, I did all the individual layers of the particle board. If I'm gonna have this, 2 of these, by the way, because you obviously need a return path. If I have 2 of these, having 2 pumps isn't really gonna be that great. Although actually, I would only need the 2, and then I could have the 1 pump return back to this. Although it would be on a larger tube. It's gonna be the small tube all the way out. Oh, we have so much stuff to test. I have so much else to figure out and test. I think what we need to do is just get the major components mounted, and then we can work around whatever's there. So there will be more brackets in the future. So this week, I want to get ahead of mounting the stuff to the control panel so that it's all there, and then we can figure out some of the bits and bobs. All my water cooling stuff gets here throughout the week, including this thing here. And then once that stuff rolls in, we can start, figuring out the final configuration. Because I still need to know if through the incredibly large distance that those pipes have to go, they basically have to go from they have to go from all the way over here, basically here, down through the drag chain, all the way to the end of the drag chain, over here, back, up, over, around, and then to this block right here, to the block that the laser's mounted on. To that block the laser's mounted on. And I'm considering whether or not I want to drill a hole through the back of this block and just put a fitting on either side. I don't know if I want to do that or not. Or I don't know, devise some way to get, bend a brass tube around the laser itself, around the tip here. A little bit of it sticks out, so I could do a single loop around that front piece, and then maybe up the sides, and then have the two pieces of the tube connect over here. That way, we're cooling both pieces of metal over here. I mean, I've got the laser clamped into a big piece of metal that probably is enough cooling for the whole thing. I just want to explore water cooling the laser itself. And I don't know, there's not much room inside of this drag chain for 2 tubes. That's actually a pretty challenging ask to put more tubing in here. So maybe I can move this bracket over and put a larger drag chain on this, or I could make a clip that goes on the outside that holds the tubes. I haven't decided yet. We just have to see if there's enough head on the pump, enough lift to get all the way out there. So that's the thought on the water cooling. There's a lot of stuff that's sort of nebulous about this. A lot of nebulous stuff. A lot of we'll figure it out later. What did George Lucas say? A lot of they fight. So yeah. That's what I got so far. What I'd like to do today is just make some brackets with y'all. We just need to make some brackets. Now, this is going to stick out a little bit in front of the enclosure. I wanted to keep it flat, but it turns out that the dimensions of all the stuff behind this piece make it stick out. So let's get some of this stuff positioned IRL, and we can sort of measure it against the model, and we can get that reservoir in the right spot. Because once we get the reservoir in the right spot, I can make the brackets that go out and down to the rails. Wasn't sure I see today we'd be working on over-engineering a second subboard. But what are you talking about, man? Since when? Well, it's inevitable. Grass is green, water's wet. Go bother is gonna over-engineer a subboard because it's fun. That's how we do. Yeah, and why not make it live edge, huh? You gotta make it special. I really need to get the water out of this thing. I don't know how much is left captured in all of this stuff. It seems to me that there is a lot of water left in this thing. I tried to drain it. I don't exactly have a drain plug. Plus, the geometry of a lot of this stuff is capturing the liquids. I'm just gonna make the floor wet. I can't get this droplet out. What the fuck? Hey, get out of my water cooling system. There it goes. Jeez. You little bastard. All right, let's get this off. And then this is full of water. I'm just gonna put that on the other end over here. I don't know if that would do it. Yeah, it's the automated fart box. I will unplug it. I can just unplug it. I can do that. I can unplug the fart box. All right. So I want to see where all this stuff is going to lie so that I can actually get it in position properly. This thing is just large enough that it's kind of annoying to have on the desk. Kind of takes up all the space. You guys can riot, but you know, if I am overly annoyed at the fart box, I will unplug it, and I will not have any remorse. I will sleep like a baby that night. Yeah, go big or go home, but my home is only so big. All right, so all this stuff off to the side. Now, I haven't even given a singular thought towards buttons yet. I don't know what to do about the buttons yet. Anyway, so let's get this thing laid out and let's figure out where everything needs to go, and then we can start designing some brackets. Blah, 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 blah. So, 1, 2, 3, right? These things are going to fit roughly here. The Raspberry Pi just kind of fits in the middle of the rails, so we'll get back to it. This thing is about 100 millimeters, isn't it? It doesn't quite fit 100 millimeters. Oh yeah, because there's the 5 millimeters on either end. They're just a little bit weird like that. And they've all got different dimensions, as if just to mess with me. So yeah, that should hopefully pressure fit over top, and that'll sit right there. Ah, hold on, my camera cables are all weird. Whoa! Okay, there we go. That gets twisted sometimes. All right. Untwisted mode. God, the cable, I wish I could get rid of the cable for that pump, but it's just got like a USB cable on it. I guess it's 5 volts, but it's the one that I found said 6 to 12. I don't know what that's a factor of, you know, why it's 5 volts or why it's 6 to 12. So if this is to fit against the wall with the fittings that it has to be off center. If I do it like this, it has to stick up quite a bit. And I guess I'll opt for it being centered and sticking up. But here's the other deal, is that these two are pretty much even keel with one another. Yeah, they sit on the same plane down here. So we need to do that first, and then we need to figure out what the height is. So first of all, these two need to be even, and they're not. Now I could just eyeball this. I mean, I would like to precision measure it, but yeah, we just need to approximately get it into the right position. And it looks like this top here, this surface right here is even with this surface. Now I don't know how to move stuff like that targeted in Fusion 360. So all right, so our first deal here, I mean, I guess I could just measure it and then I can move it that distance. And remember, so like I explained, we got this whole radiator off of AlphaCool. This I made an approximation using just calipers and measuring. I got this off of GrabCAD, the Raspberry Pi off of GrabCAD. This is a representative model. This is a representative model that I made. And then the frame rails I got and modified off of, I think, some GrabCAD thing. Although you could just get the dimensions and extrude it yourself and then do some appearance operations in order to make everything look cool. The reason I use Fusion 360 is we're visual beings. We like to see stuff. And I like to see my designs come to fruition, you know, in 3 dimensions. I mean, I guess I could lift this up so that the glass is even with this surface, but I don't know. I guess it's just gonna stick out. That's just how it has to be. It's a little weird that everything isn't sort of like up at the same plane, but there would be a lot of wasted space. And I don't know if the power supply fits behind the... It does. It's gonna complicate things. I don't think I want the power supply to be in the same case, but there certainly is room. Hold on, we're exploring ideas, whether they be good or bad or somewhere in between. Like, what if everything was in here like this? That could fit, actually. We could actually put the whole power supply. We could fit the whole power supply in with all the electronics under the glass. What's hitting? It's actually, yeah, it's up against the rails over here. Well, that would be kind of interesting if I put everything into just this one box, and then we just had the water cooling stuff sticking out of the top. That would, I mean, it would definitely need a fan at that point. Think about that. I don't have room for wires if I do that, though. But that would mean everything would be up towards the top. The power supply would leave a little bit of room on the side there where I could put the connector. Let me think about this. I'm trying to think, because I don't have a good model for the power supply right now. And we still need the activation buttons and stuff. So I was going to make a cover here and then have that have the activation buttons and stuff on it, because then we can cover over the ugly power supply. And I can cover it over with the same plastic that I use. So it'll be translucent smoked plastic here, translucent smoked plastic on the backing, and then the water cooling stuff up here. Like water cooling stuff that, yeah, all right, we can do that. I think that, yeah, you're right. Just making it look like a hodgepodge is fine. But yeah, this will be held like that. Here, like that. It's just like this lineup of random. It looks like a shelf of just unused electronics. It just looks like a shelf around, like a typical shelf around here. Only all this stuff is going to be interconnected. It'll be good to finally use this thing, though. At some point during the design, I'm going to do this, and the glass will crack. All right, let's get this stuff in alignment over here. Yeah, I'm just going to measure the distance between these and just move it that distance. I don't know. I don't need to rigid group anything and then move it. Why are you guys trying to pilot me like I'm a mech? All right, so these two surfaces need to be even. So what I can do is go back, because I'm doing this design at least slightly right, because I need to, basically the purpose of this part here is to make a lot of 3D printed brackets. And I need them to be the right dimensions. Oh yeah, I wanted to try something before we started. Hold on, wait. Dude. I need to move this entire folder, but I've been making folders of like rails, radiator, pumps, power supplies. So I got all these power supplies in here. This is one of the uglier ones, but it might be the right dimensions. I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. I haven't measured that, so I don't know exactly. Yeah, that is definitely not the right dimensions. That is completely the wrong power supply. All right. The only problem with that is that now I probably can't delete this part, because Fusion is going to be like, but the history. Maybe once I save, I'll be able to delete it. There's also this one that's kind of close, but I don't quite think it's the right dimensions. This one at least has a good representation of the grid. But just looking at it, it looks like it's not quite the right thing. And I could always use the measure command in order to get the dimensions, but yeah, see, it's not. I need it to be. The real one actually goes across these rails, so I can't find a good replacement power supply, like a good representation of the power supply. We'll just have to like work within the dimensions, because all we're going to do is build something that's like a hood over top of it. It'll just be like a plate that mounts in front of the power supply. It's possible that I need to move everything up too, because I don't have any mounting area for that. I could do just giant standoffs, have giant standoffs come up, and then have a plate that bolts to it that I 3D print. The reason I'm 3D printing is that I can make more complicated shapes than with my mill. and it's better controlled than my ability to mill things. I can mill circles and straight lines, and that's it. Doing something like a vented cover is like damn near impossible for me to do with the mill, because I'll inevitably mess it up. Did I have it backwards? Yeah, I got it twisted. Okay, so what I've done in this drawing is I've imported all my stuff. And if I need to get more stuff and I need to import more stuff, I rewind time behind the position tool. What that does is everything goes into disarray, but what that means is that I import all my stuff and then I have a step where I put it in position. So if I want to move anything in this drawing, I need to double click on this position, and now my tools are limited. All I can use is align and move and copy, which is fine, and inspect, which is fine because those are the only tools that I need in this step. This is the position all the external stuff step. From there, we then design solids around these things using these points from these solids projected onto our drawings. That way, if we go back to this step and we move something, if we tweak something a little tiny bit, there's a very high chance that it's going to completely correctly interpret everything we've done and properly redesign the solids with that thing in the new position. That's really important to Fusion 360. It's a timeline. You have to remember to respect the timeline. If something moves a little tiny bit because you tweak it, because that's how things are actually configured in the real world, it will redo all of those steps with your thing in that new position. That's vital. That really helps, especially when we're 3D printing and we're doing kind of an iterative process here. We play a little fast and loose with the rules. If you move something too much, then the solids, or sorry, the outlines on the sketches that you've selected for extrusion will change. And if they change significantly enough, if new ones are formed, if old ones are closed off, or if one turns into two, the software can get confused. You can go back into the timeline steps where you've highlighted those solids, re-highlight them, and then it'll sort itself out. Sometimes that leads to disaster. So having all of your components in sub-assemblies and stuff helps greatly, because sometimes you need to just bundle up the drawing, throw it into the wastebasket, and start over. But that's how I have sort of a generally stable experience building sort of comprehensive things in Fusion. So what I've decided to do is get as much of the control panel into CAD as I can, because I would like to design about 75,000 brackets to hold everything up. Bada bing. There's the explanation of what we're doing today. That only took me 20 minutes. So all right, I've got the radiator is oriented wrong. I need to flip it around. Flip it around. So I am just going to select the solid to move. Boy, oh boy, is that selecting a lot of stuff. Well, the deal is that it doesn't really matter what I rotate it around. I don't need to rotate it around its center of gravity. I do want it to stay at the same height for now, but we're going to work on one axis at a time. So I'm going to flip that sucker around. It should be in the same approximate positioning that it was. I think it's clipping on the top side a little bit, so I'll have to move that in a second. But, I mean, I don't know. I could use the align tool maybe. But yeah, I'm going to move it again. Move that. Let's see. So apparently the distance here, I can click ... and I can measure from here to here. I can make that negative. Boop. There we go. And now those are even with one another. They're not even with one another at all. They're actually not even at all. What the deuce? Oh, because it added the measurement that I already had in there. Okay, so ... Actually, set pivot. What? Okay. All right. No, you know what? No. Farts are a privilege, not a right. And you guys violated that right. You overdid it. Spearheaded by my moderator. I will not accept. I will quash a rebellion from my moderator. It's like the captain shooting the second in command like immediately upon any sort of a a mutiny. A single mutinous word. All right, we're not doing a point-to-point move. I basically just want to move this thing over to there. What is, I don't know what set pivot is, but I do know that if I move that and I do the ... I can measure there to there. Why does it do it like that? Negative? That should be even. What if it's +5? Oh, -5. Yeah, see, I think it takes the 5 into account when it does that, because those are even now. No, your only option is to not mutiny. What's wrong with you people? Fucking engineers, man. Engineers and software people are insufferable. Ah, so I found a loot. No, you didn't find a loophole. Stop it. All right, move this thing again. Doesn't matter where from. I'm moving it up. Move it up. Reset that to 0. This is the new process. Click that. Measure. We go from here to here. Ah, and that one actually moved it in the right direction. Okay, so this is where the radiator sits, and we want to bracket it in that position. Because if I put this on its side on the desk, they sit even. The way the weirdo bracket that I have, this clown pipe on the back, the way that is actually positions these two perfectly in place so that the radiator is just about, well, it's even up here. It's not down there. That's probably a sign that something actually doesn't line up the way I think it does. No, it seems to be all right. It might be at a funky angle by a slight degree. Yeah, that lines up. You just kind of gotta push it into place. Yeah, my loophole is to get a bullet in the gut by the captain. Captain shoots you in the head. Arm focus. Let's see. Sorry, you guys are just being too distracting. I need to get work done today. We need to actually work on these projects that I keep saying I'll finish, because you guys are the ones that fucking say that I never finish anything. So it's like, what do you want? You know? You guys don't know what you want. You're a stupid baby. Okay. Now I could actually, I'm thinking about whether or not, like, when we finally get a design for this thing, I might want to put a plate over this. I live in way too much of a glass house to say that. You can't call me rude. You're a stupid baby. All right. Anyway, I want the reservoir centered on everything else because it's the same width. For some reason, this is about the width of a 5 1/4 drive bay. So that's what this is. I did see actually reservoirs from EK that were half. They were one singular 5 1/4 drive bay, which, oh boy, would that look cool with the VFD display. It would be kind of cool to, like, it's not like I can integrate this in any way. It's unfortunate I can't, like, put this behind the glass in any way, shape, or form. It would be kind of cool to have, like, 2 drive bays, and one of them has the VFD and the other one has the reservoir, because we don't need as much fluid as we have in this thing. Oh well, bygones be bygones. I'm not going to purchase another reservoir. So having the big flashy reservoir with a waterfall on it and a little spinny doodle is really super duper cool. So oh yeah, I got sidetracked when I was talking about whether or not I had COVID. I thought I had COVID. I had terrible massive headaches in the beginning of the day, 0 fucking energy, and a runny nose. No temperature, no sore throat, although after the wheel stream I did kind of have a little bit of a sore throat, but I think that was just from shouting. So I don't think it was COVID, but it's gone now. I woke up this morning and I felt great, which could maybe mean that it's going to come back a little bit, but I'm triple vaxxed. I got 3 of them vaxes in me. I'm going to get all of the vaccines. Give me multiple shots. But yeah, I've got all 3 of the vaxes in, so maybe it wasn't a big deal. I don't know whether or not to take a COVID test now. Should I? What do you guys think? Should I take a test just to kind of like do it and see whether or not I had it? Would it show up if I had it and I'm over it? I don't know. Anyway. We have some from before. People bought them all out. Yeah. I've got a Binax sitting on the desk behind me, and I took a Binax after I land. It would show up. Everyone I know had it, even with the vax, felt like shit for more than a week. Yeah, I mean, you know, the COVID cycle is that you feel like shit, and then you feel okay, and then it gets real bad. I don't know if that's happening, but I collect vax shots like MTG cards. Oh, God. I don't remember Magic all that well. I would not go for the brain tickle unless I really had to. I was going to do the home test. I've got a couple home tests. And actually, I could go get some from my parents, too. Because my mother went to CVS and they were restocking and she bought like 30. I'm like, you're awful, but also good. All right, so these two are even there, and I'm going to call it even here. Like, that's close enough. The radiator's sticking up just a little tiny bit, but... Oh, God, sorry. Back here, managing all this stuff is going to be difficult. We need to figure out what the height of both components are going to be over the rails so that we can fit all of these damned tubes. Now, if I really wanted to go crazy... If I really wanted to go crazy with this, I would buy the more modern EK reservoir, the one I have on the streaming computer, because the one on the streaming computer has all the fittings in front. And that would really make all this tubing and stuff much easier to do. I gotta stop living in other product lines. I need to use this stuff already. Oh, God, why am I like this? I'm like, man, it would be really cool and easier if we had all these tubes up front. I mean, that would kind of look cool because you'd see the waterfall in the background. To have the cascading waterfall in the background and then have all of the stuff that's running it up front. You guys think I should do that? Have it like this? I'm gonna scratch. I gotta be careful. I'm gonna scratch the acrylic if I. Should the stuff? No, you know, the stuff should go behind because it needs to drop under the wood to get to all the stuff. So having it like this means I need to space stuff out a little bit more. Plus the brackets would be all crazy. All right, let's not do it that way. Let's not do it that way. Let's figure out what the height needs to be. The height from the rails. Well, I can just measure the backside, actually. That's a little easier to do, and it risks scratching the acrylic less. We'll just do it like this. Yeah, see, it's got a little bit of wiggle room, but it can be even, like that. Okay. So it's basically the height to behind this fitting, which actually I've got fittings in Fusion. So we can just throw a fitting on the back end of these, and then we can move everything into position. So at least I can show you guys the process of moving some stuff around. So yeah, we just need one fitting on the back of this in order to figure out the height, which would mean we finish our position moving stuff process. We'll go back to that because we still need to give that. Actually, that's actually pretty accurate. That's actually pretty accurate. They are up against one another. So if I design the brackets with that in mind, I think we'll have a pretty good system here. So let me get a fitting, a rando fitting that I had for computer projects. Water-cooled fittings. Look at all these things. So what do we have on this? We have a right angle. We have a Guardian angle. All right, so let's do the 90-degree angle adapter. I don't have, there's like a this says dual multi-link, but I don't think that's right. It's basically this fitting right here. So let's just drag that in. But I did it wrong. I screwed it up. I'm going to Control-Z that. What I need to do is reverse time. And so now we are at the step where I'm inserting stuff. Put the adapter in. Put it anywhere. I'm just going to put it out of the way. Yoink. And then click OK on that. And so now, back in time, it's as if I knew what I was doing when I started, and that is now sitting back there. So we put that forward in time. Everything is in the right position. I can double-click on the step where I lock everything in position, and now I'm free to move this around. Take that over there. We'll reverse it like that. Which direction is it screwed in? It is, yeah, so that, the twisting threaded end is in this. And now we just need to kind of get it approximately over the rail. Even though it's not actually over the rail, it kind of is, but it's not actually over the rail when it's mounted to that reservoir. I just need it as a sizing guide. So I think I want to move it a little less than that. I'll just kind of sneak it there to 55. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, so that position, and then we'll just kind of put it behind stuff and click OK. And then I want to move it again. And I'm going to move... it doesn't really actually matter where I do it as long as it's in a principal, you know, origin-y kind of thing. I'll take that direction, move it to 0, and then I'll measure it. And it's going to be from this surface behind the threads. I don't like how Fusion displays stuff that's anodized black. It's very hard to see. It makes it too dark. Probably should go with just like gray so that it's easy to see where stuff goes. And then the surface that I want to move it to is this giant clear surface back here on the reservoir. And that puts that just like that. Now this is where I could probably use a rigid group if I really wanted to. There's a little Z fighting over here. Frieza, 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 Frieza. All right, anyway, that could probably move back like just a little bit. I'm gonna move it down just a little bit to represent my inability to screw things in completely and the O-ring that's in there. So I'm gonna do one more move command and go down. Yeah, 10 millimeters. That's just what I wanted. 0.2. I think 0.2 of a millimeter is probably enough to sort of give it that little bit of extra wiggle room. We'll give it a little bit more wiggle room too with the brackets that we make, because sky's the limit. I could make this thing stick out like a freaking I don't even know what to say after that. All right, let's just move this forward. So all of this stuff I'm going to move up until the fitting doesn't collide. So objects, you, and you. I guess I'll bring you with. Boop. So that gives us a lot of room, and I kind of do want a lot of room. I think we should move it down just a little bit from there. Yeah, 5 is pushing it. Let's do like 6 or 7. 7. Definitely 7. Maybe 8. -8. Yeah, that's probably enough wiggle room. I don't know how big the O-rings actually make the fitting stick out, you know? But we need to have plenty of room for fittings on the back of the reservoir. I might even put another pump back here, so I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. All right, so there's our stuff in place. Our stuff is in place where the stuff goes. Good. While we're in here, I guess I want to move these guys around too. Am I ever going to need HDMI or audio from the Raspberry Pi? I think no. Problem with the Raspberry Pi 3 is that you need to plug something into USB in order to power it. 3B plus. It really annoys me actually, because I can't like hardwire power into this thing, I don't think. Unless can I use the GPIO to power it? Oh no, I think GPIO bypasses the internal regulator, right? Raspberry Pi 3B plus pinout. That's just giving the GPIO header. What is this one doing? Jesus, it's a busy drawing. Yeah, it's just doing the pin header. Like, I don't know what they were thinking. They could have put 2 pads just right near this where we could actually give it power. There's 2 over there. Those are for something else. Is there a power over internet adapter? I think it's got like a good regulator on it. Because, yeah, there's 5 volts input over here, but I don't think that's the 5.2 that'll... Like 5 volt power pins, I think they bypass the regulator. So if you put 5 volts from like one of these cheapo power supplies into it, I think you run into trouble. Or something isn't powered. There was a reason we didn't do that. There was a reason we didn't do that. And I made an adapter that specifically plugged into that USB micro port. So if I get a really small, a really low profile USB micro port, maybe I could sneak that in. Low profile USB micro. These are not low profile. This one might be. Hello? Seems like I've killed chat by enforcing some rules on them. Yeah, there are some that are extremely small. They're for like when you put like one of those wireless charging things on your phone. But some of them are like, this one's like, why do I even, this one's friggin' sci-fi. $11, you kidding me? Also, that cable's probably completely unserviceable, but look at that thing. Oh, that's a USB-C, never mind. Because we need 2 USB cables in this thing, and I wish I could just make them wires. Hardwired to the USB test pads, where are those? Oh God. PP1 and 2, huh? We got that many PPs? Why is... Okay, so something weird is going on with this computer. Every now and then it just goes... and then my stream, like, gets weird. I haven't dropped any frames lately. There could be... I don't know. Some could be going on. I probably just need to restart this computer. Does your PP go up to 60, though? Don't answer. All right. Let's take a look at the Raspberry Pi. Why is this so out of focus? It doesn't go to 60. Like PP, it doesn't go to 60, Doc. So PP1 and 2. They're there. Like microscope eyes. All right, here, move that. Be careful not to scrape it. Where's the microscope looking right now? Let's move it like there. And let's go to micro. And then, oh my God. Hold on. FPS 30. Okay. Properties. Video. Gain is at 180. Oh, that feels so much better. And then, white balance. 43. Exposure, -6. Apply, okay. Back to 60, and it's going to forget everything. There it goes. Logitech, you're nothing if not predictable. Configure video. This shit all the way back down. It has like a fetish for gain. Okay, there we go. All right, now we got high FPS and everything looks right, and I can use the aperture control. Oh, it was all the way open, huh? Hold on, I need to turn the gain up a little bit to reasonable levels. Click apply, click OK. All right, here we go. I need to put that insulin pump motor to work and make it do focus control on this thing. Proper! Massive! All right, Raspberry Pi. Oh, this is like night mode Raspberry Pi. Hold on. Give you guys a little brightness so you get some richness in color. All right, it's a little vibration sensitive when I let it go to high FPS. Copyright 2017, huh? Ugh. So yeah, where's my PP? Let's get the microscope out. Wait a minute. Why isn't there like a nice little 4-pin header, you know? I don't ask for much. I'm not going to get a compute module, so you guys can shut up about that. It's so tempting, though. I would love to get a compute module and then just make my own motherboard. Boy, oh boy, would that be complicated. Maybe that'll be for Burn the Subs 3. Oh my God. Just pull out all the stops. These aren't PP1 and 2. We're looking for PP0 and 1. Hold on, I'm looking at the thing over here. PP1 and 2 are 5 volts, 3 and 4 are ground. So there's a ground, and we can just see the heat sink. So 3 and 4 are right there. I mean, you can also get ground off of like stuff like that. 59. PP2 is hiding over here. Wait, PP2 is, yeah, that's 5 volts. Yeah, 2 and 6 are on that side of the fuse thing that's not soldered in correctly. I'm guessing PP1 is like going to be in a weird spot, huh? Or PP0. We're looking for 0 and 1. Wait, 2? Oh yeah, 1 and 2. Sorry, 1 and 2. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. 2 and 6. Why would they be running positive 5 volts anywhere else? And would it be near the big header? No, there's nothing near the big header. PP1 over is PP1. Nope. I mean, there's the power plane, by the way. I mean, you could probably scrape a pad off of that if you really wanted to. I wanted this to be modular, though. That's the thing that like gets me, is that I really wanted this to be a little bit more modular, and it just wasn't. PP61 is there, PP10 is there, 8, 60. Oh, there's 60. That's a big PP. 30, 32, 9, 62, 31, 7, 2 and 5, 6. I wonder if 1 was just removed. Because, like, why would raw 5 volts be going anywhere? Yoshingui! Yoshingui! Thank you for following. PP 51, 42, 22. We're looking for 1. PP1. It might not exist on the board. Yes, we've already mentioned where PP2 is. We see it. The 5 volts on GPIO bypasses the regulator. Otherwise, we would use it. I mean, I could just put like a nice regulator on it, but I don't really want to go through the trouble. Oh, look at all that scaling. Ugh. They're both 5 volts, yes. They're both raw 5 volts on the other side. Code Rushed! How you doing, Code Rushed? Party of 15. How'd you guys do today? You get a lot done? I didn't get a lot done. I had to unplug the fart machine. Chat was too irresponsible with their farts. And I will not suffer an insurrection on my stream. I don't think our 1 PP exists. We see PP2, we see PP5, we see PP3 and 4. But I don't see 1 PP. But we probably only need the 1 5-volt connection, because all this thing is doing is commanding digital signals of everybody else. We're going to need it to flip relays and stuff. That'll be over 3 volts. So we'll have to get that whole schematic together so that we can start building a circuit board. But I wanted to get 5 volts into the Raspberry Pi on the other side of the regulator. And I wanted to do that in a better way than soldering to a test point. But it doesn't look like we kind of have the option to do that. I don't think we do. Which really sucks. PP7, 5 volts after the polyfuse. 35, 5 volts VCC. A lot. Wow, these are a lot of USB signals going on there. Grounds, Ethernets. D-. 5 volts VCC. The only thing that's annoying is that, you know, like I just want to have 5 volts running into that regulator. I don't have space for a full USB connector unless I really search out one, or I can just solder 2 wires to the Raspberry Pi. But then the Raspberry Pi is not modular, and the modularity of the Raspberry Pi is an important facet of this design. If something breaks, I can just pop it out, put a new one in. I got a micro center in my backyard. I can go there and I can get Raspberry Pis. Yeah, I'm thinking they probably when they redesign the ins and outs. Although 3B and 3B plus, so maybe the 3B has PP1 in there. PP is a great variable to use in coding because then you can have size of PP and stuff. It's great. JST on the GPIO works fine. Mine hasn't melted yet. Smegulator. You can't say that on Twitch. I mean, yeah, I guess I could power it up through the GPIO. What are the requirements there? Look at that. It's a search that maybe I've already done. I have a feeling these people say it's totally dangerous, don't do it. But if you have to, and then that's where we get our information from. 2.5 amps, blah, 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 5.2 volts. I get it. Technical and dangerous. Dun, dun, dun. 5-volt GPIO pins on the Raspberry Pi are connected to the 5-volt rail. Typically, they provide remaining power for the Raspberry Pi, blah, 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 blah. Maybe if I put like a Pololu 5-volt like regulator in there, but the Pololu regulator needs to have more than 5 volts go to it. Unless I relegate whatever 32 volts that this thing is making to go to a Pololu regulator that'll make very clean 5 volts for the digital stuff. The 32 volts is still going to all the motor shit, which makes it kind of whack. It makes it all crazy. So I'll have to have big capacitor in the way. And then the 5 volts that this thing makes, I could maybe relegate to the pumps and just run the pumps off of the 5 volts. No regulator or fuse. Yeah, so it'll probably need a conditioner of some type, right? Power over Ethernet. Jeez. Ethernet cables and attractor. Okay. All right. So I'll have to think about that when we start to figure out the PCB for this. I can force the issue by moving the Raspberry Pi. This is what I'm talking about. I want to move the Raspberry Pi within this enclosure, and I want to butt it up against the top because when you view this thing, you'll be standing up, and so it'll be hard to see that LCD, especially if I add stuff to the front. I'm not going to add anything to the front of the wood. I may move this enclosure up. God, that'll make it a big 3D print, though. If I move this up so that it meets up with that, I probably should, though. And then I got a big base plate on the bottom. At least then I'll have room for the DV connector, right? Think about doing that. It's going to make everything in here super tall. That's why it's tempting to put the power supply inside of this, because there's a lot of space in there. Of course, it'll catch on fire if I have all these electronics near each other in an enclosed space. I don't think it will. All right, move this thing. We are not in the move step. We're still in the move step. So I can move these guys, and I can kind of... Oh yeah, I got to be careful about the Raspberry Pi. It tends to do this. I don't know why it's not grouped rigidly, but that's not how we move things in the real world. Fusion. That's not how things work. PSU above the water. I'm not going to do that, because then the PSU is going to be the big front feature of all this stuff. It'll be a risk. If it leaks, we die. That's pretty much how it works. And I've had the PSU above water for quite some time. The more confident I sound in this, the more I'm damning myself to have it happen. All right, move that until it clips. Tighten it until it spins, and then go a quarter turn back. That's a little close, but if I lay everything out flat, we don't have a ton of room in here, so. And I want this to be like this so that I have visibility on the status lights. The Raspberry Pi status lights are somewhat important. I know that there are pins for the status lights. They're like test points that I could use. I don't know if any of the status lights come out through the GPIO. I was considering whether or not I wanted to actually plug this into the PCB that I make and have the PCB be underneath and the Raspberry Pi flipped 180 degrees. You can do the status lights via GPIO, so I might have to do that because the status lights are like under the PCB. They're here. Oh no, wait a minute. What side are they on? I'm wrong. Oh no, they're on the right side. So if I have this thing facing this way, I'll be able to see the status lights. So I'll still be able to see them. What we're doing is we're moving the LCD, so. And we gotta start actually making brackets. Yeah, that'll be good. So like that. And then I got to figure out what the ideal height for all this stuff is going to be. I probably want these electronics to be a little higher up. There's going to be a lot of wiring that's like tucked underneath this stuff. And I may put a fan behind this so that it just pukes hot air out against the wall. Almost an engineer. Does it have PP 3.3 G3? What the hell? I don't even know. PP Eve G? No, he's not trying to spell something. I don't know what that means. But hey, thank you for the 19 months. Got a lot of 19-monthers coming in today. It's great. Yeah, so filling up this stuff, I guess I'm going to lift it up a little bit. Let's get the two PCBs to be on even kilter, or on an even keel. The Raspberry Pi PCB and this one, are they the same thickness? I think they're different. They're about the same thickness, so I figure they should probably be on the same plane. Oh, it's a Louis Rossmann reference? Gotcha. It's one of them crazy things. Now, these are naturally centered because of the way they came into the drawing. Yeah, I don't have it in an orthographic view at the moment. So, all right, if I get rid of the frame, and then I'm going to move these to be even with one another because they're not. So we're going to move this on this plane, take that to 0, measure. We're measuring from, I think, this one to this one. I hope that moved in the right direction. I have no way of telling. It's got to be negative. Okay. Now, I measured the thickness of this board. I don't know why there's such a difference here. These seem to be one is much thicker than the other. Let's take a look at, I'm going to, hold on. First, I want to move these, but. That might be it, yeah. Pogo pin, pressure pin, pin, PP. They could just be marking where they want to slap their PP. I'm not going to judge. So I don't know. I mean, the circuit board that I create, if I create something that goes on top of the Raspberry Pi, it'll probably be pretty large, and it'll be a main feature. It'll be the thing where all the stuff plugs in, right? It'll have a bunch of connectors on it. And then I guess I can route everything under the LCD, because all the stuff coming from the motor controller will go under the LCD and then go to where it needs to go. Which means this thing will probably turn 180 degrees. So I'll have, oops. Instead of this thing with all the connectors at the bottom, I'll flip it around. And then all of the laser connectors will be on the left, power's up top, all of my motor connectors and the lighting connector are up there along with USB. This is just a sticker. I can move that. I can turn that 180 degrees, or I can do a 90-degree connector there. And so I can have my additional motor control stuff come up off of the board. So this surface can actually get very close to the bottom of the board. Our status lights are going to be here on the right. Yeah, that'll be pretty good. So that'll flip 180 degrees. Pretty good. And then why are you guys looking at me? Stop staring at me. All right, that way we can have the main pathway for the DB connector be somewhere in this area. And I can have all the wiring mess just kind of like go underneath of that. That'll be good. And then in terms of like tubes, I guess it might be pushing it a little bit, because those water blocks, they're at 45 degrees. I mean, maybe I could just have them come like down and loop. Then there'll be a propensity for there to be bubbles at the top of these. I don't think I can flip them around. No, I can't. Because of the way the clip works, I can't flip them around. I could redesign that clip, but I really kind of don't want to. We spent a lot of time turning paper clips into little spring clips for these things. So if I turn, I can't turn those, so what I'll do is have tube go like down and around. So it'll be a bit extra tube, but I can't do anything about that. So that's okay. That'll be okay. That'll be okay. That'll be okay. That'll be okay. And then I'll have that board on top of that one. Maybe I want to keep the height where it is and just work with it from there. I definitely want the LCD to be closer, you know, to what you're looking at. It would be interesting if I was actually limited by the fact that I wanted to put the power supply inside of this, because then I think everything would fit a lot nicer. I gotta drop that. I gotta drop that from my thinking, because yeah, because if I do that, then oh yeah, the water cooling stuff barely fits. Okay, that's what's gonna make me not do it. That's what was hitting against the front. I wouldn't be able to add tubes because it's like right there. Well, that settles that. That settles that. All right. So I guess I leave it approximately where it is. And maybe instead of planning out specific heights right now, what I'll do is I'll leave holes for standoffs, or I'll make little posts that the brass standoffs can screw into, and then I'll do a series of brass standoffs to put everything at a semi-standard height, and that's how we'll do that. That way we don't have to 3D print standoffs that are like a mile tall, right? So we'll work with that from there. I think that's everything in position. I think that's where I want everything to be. Take a look. I'm gonna finalize the positions here. Take a look at it with the enclosure around it. Because yeah, the area down here is fairly limited. The area up here is extremely limited. Not touching, but no touchy. But it's pretty close. I mean, to get at the SD card, hey, you just got to remove the front cover. Considering whether or not I want to actually put like a magnet on this so that it holds onto it, or if I just want to pressure fit everything together. We'll do a base plate solid for this. CosmoQuest is also rating with a party of 20. Hey, how you doing, CosmoQuest? Happy James Webb Space Telescope full deployment. We're now, what, 12, 13 days out from it getting to the Lagrange, the L2, where it's going to be for possibly 20 years before it runs out of fuel, which is insane. So we have 20 years to personally fund an orbital mission that'll bring it more fuel. It'll be me with just like a little oxygen mask on and like a gas can. A la my summer car. I'll have a crate of beer, and I'll have the diesel gas can and a bag of chips. Satana! Try to find the gas cap. Man, that was a totally drama-free deployment. They had a little bit of trouble with the furling of the covers, and then I think everything else went perfectly. They ended up doubling the life? Holy shit. Yeah, that's really cool. That is really cool. Oh, Savagesser, thank you for following. Yeah, so what we're working on right now is Burn the Subs, which is my automated robotic. Can we call that robotic? I think we can call that robotic. The fourth version of Burn the Subs I'm planning to make robotic. Anyway, this is an automated laser etching setup. It does X and it does Y and it does laser. And then I have to point the camera at it appropriately. Right now, as you can tell, it's kind of a dumping ground of other projects, which means we need to get this thing up and running, because this is like a staple of the channel. People were gifting subs and stuff left and right. Now nobody does anything with subscriptions. Oh my god, no, it's fine. Laser, I hardly know her. Oh, God. Oh, that did psychic damage. Anyway, I've got a bunch of crap. I got a bunch of bullshit, and I need to put that together in order to create the new version of Burn the Subs. But I should say the new old version of Burn the Subs, because a lot of this stuff is just tweaking things and making it slightly more professional than not. So what we're doing is we're in Fusion 360, and we are approximating and or getting very accurate the positions of all of the hardware that I would like to be on these rails. These rails mount the laser hardware on the rest of the setup. They have my power supply already mounted to them. Gonad was saying that maybe I should put the laser up top, the power supply up top. The only problem with doing that, I guess I could still get to everything. It just doesn't look as cool. Why is that like crooked? Hold on. Is this crooked? Or no, maybe this is just placed on here crookedly, yeah. So it'd be like that. From top to bottom. I think I like, because if I were to do that, I might as well twist this to be at a right angle. I think I like this being at the bottom. It would be better if I could put it behind the electronics and hide it. But what it'll be is we'll have it like this, or up a little bit from there, because I see mounting hole right there. I could maybe use that to attach. Because what I'll want to have is like a cover over top of this with the start and the stop button on it. Does the plasma screen generate any heat? Oh, it's not, well, vacuum fluorescent. I guess plasma screen is a way to describe it. Yeah, this thing gets warm, but it's fine being warm. It gets to be like 80 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's not that big of a deal. The heat in it is pretty well mitigated. What I would like to do, though, with the control panel, obviously, is... Oh! She's... Shags! Thank you for following. SH3G5. Yeah. We're making brackets to hold all this crap. We gotta hold all my crap somewhere. All my bullshit needs to be held somewhere. What I'd like to do with this box is make an entire base platen for it. My 3D printer is large enough that I can make a backing for this. And in doing so, I have a lot of room underneath the electronics. And so I will put a little, maybe a 40 millimeter 5-volt Noctua. I got a couple extra of those kicking around. I'll put that underneath this at the backing, and that way it can puke all the hot air out against the wall. So I think that'll be good. So we'll have buttons here, and we'll have to figure out the design for that. Probably would be better to have the screen by the buttons, huh? That's fine. The screen will be here. The buttons will be down there. We'll have the motor controller, Raspberry Pi. We got our water cooling setup, which might get another pump. So we need to do some tests for that. And as I get parts, we'll be able to do the tests. But yeah, that's the idea. If I need to get the SD card, I'll just have to remove the front. And the front cover will just be pressed on, so I'll just be able to pick it up. That's what we're working on. We're working on designing this stuff in 3D. Turns out, there's a lot of brackets involved in building things. Who knew? A lot of brackets involved. All right, so we've got everything in place. We got a place for everything in a place. We're ready to go here. We're ready to actually start designing stuff. Oh, Tree, thank you for following. Yeah, anyway, let's start designing this thing. All right, so I will do one bracket on the non-fitting side of the radiator. We will do one bracket on each side of the reservoir. I'm going to print these in translucent material, by the way. I will do a base platen for this box that will pressure fit onto the wood. And the debate is, do I want to actually make the wood even with the front of this, or do I want to just leave it alone? And then I'll come back and I'll design like a grating to go over the front of that. Once we get a design for whatever goes over the power supply, I couldn't find a model for the power supply, so I'll have to approximate something. Maybe I can go from the sides of the rails and make like a cover for the. It's so much work, so many solids to design. All right, so let's start with the reservoir. We need to make something that's going to hold this reservoir together. Now, I've already made a bracket for this. That's why I knew the dimensions of the holes. So the first thing that we're going to design on, I don't know. I guess I could just start on the rail or on the reservoir. What's that going to mean for, I mean, I can extrude from here, and then I'd have to extrude to here. That's tough. I don't know. Let's, if we go from here, then I need to project this in from these so that I can figure out what that center position is. All right, let's just start. So I am going to create a sketch on this face right here. We go to orthographic view and we go to our sketch palette by starting a sketch on that face. Actually, from the sketch palette, you can do blah if you want to look at your sketch in 3 dimensions. But anyway, so from here, I've already got these holes and these center points projected in. The stuff that I need projected in is this right here. I need, and I can't see a goddamn thing, so I gotta zoom way in. Actually, all I need is one of the consistent solids. So if I project that geometry in, I can click OK, and now I've got a center point right here. So I'm gonna do a construction line from here, and I'll just do it all the way. Well, that's kind of a distance, isn't it? Doesn't matter. That'll just give me a point where I can mount my my holes, basically, by either bolt holes or nut holes. I don't like that terminology. Anyway, okay. Now, because Fusion has such a bad time actually like making stuff black, like I can show the fitting on this camera. Okay, in this lighting, it doesn't really help me, but in this lighting, you can see it perfectly fine, right? I can see that perfectly fine. It's actually like a gray. But here I can't see a damn thing. So I need to bring these out of view so that I can actually work around them. Okay. So we know most of everything that we're going to do for this bracket. I guess what we need is how far from the edges and what is this thing going to look like? I'm going to print it out of the smoked clear filament, PETG, so that it's super duper strong, and that's all my printer prints. Well, I'm just going to plug something back in real quick. I'm going to make it out of PETG, and I'm going to use smoked plastic for it, so it looks cool. Now, unfortunately, the smoked plastic isn't as clear as you'd think it is. It actually, it has a bit of it's like translucent. It's not really transparent. In some areas, it can get transparent. Like if you control it very specifically, you can make transparent solids with it, kind of. But it's not, it's no plexiglass. But anyway, we just need a shape that we are going to build this with. I can go an offset here, move this down to here. How many bolts do we think are going into the maker beam in order to hold this together? I guess maybe 2. If we do 2 maker beam bolts, that will hold it pretty solidly, even though we're using 4 on the reservoir itself. The 4 on the reservoir itself are actually holding rubber. They hold these rubber, like, shroopity trough things in place. So, what are the dimensions of the original bracket? Let's look that up. Blah, where did I put it? It was in... I don't think it was in the game PC. Nah. No, that's right. This is for the stream computer. It was an old iteration of what I wanted to do with the stream computer, which is this one right here. Yeah, so here are all the dimensions. I just had the timeline reversed, and I guess it saved that. So yeah, here are the dimensions. I did the 2 little standoff things by making hoops, but we'll have to figure that out on the new one. What are my overalls? 30? And so we are, what, 10. 10 millimeter ahead of that. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. 10 ahead, and then we gave it, well, I'm not going to calculate what that is. Maybe 10 millimeters in both directions, and then that'll give me an idea of what the size of everything should be. I mean, we're going to get 5 millimeters on the back side of the brackets. We might just make like a simple, just like a square. I don't know if I need anything else other than a square to represent this. So if I take this and I go with a construction box, and I go 10 by 10. That wasn't. I hit the X key. All right, 10 by 10 on a construction box on both of these. Oh, it's still not 10 by 10. Use a mouse. Boop. Up here, like that. So now I got 2 of those. And let's see. I don't have a backdrop for this. Let's represent our wall by putting one of these back, put both of them back, and then I'll project, using the P key, this guy right there. Make sure I hit the right OK box, the right dialog box. Hey, how's it going? How's the CAD going? We're just getting into it now. I've explained the project for like 75 minutes. We did a little bit of measuring. We figured out where things should be and positioned them in our software so that things are kind of in the right spot. And now I'm actually getting to building these things. What was I doing? I need a non-construction box that goes from here to here, down to here. So I need to not look at these two. And then I need to create a rectangle. And it's a 3-point from, hello? I hate it when this does this. Okay, so from there to there, try to keep the operations nice and simple, right? All the way down to here. Something is still not defined. I hate when the software does this. Look at that. Why does it do that? You guys saw, I dragged the line out until it became an X when it met this. And then it's like, here, I don't know what you want to do. Look, there, it's an X. There, now it's attached. Man, you can't win sometimes. So you got to keep stuff very simple. This is a big bracket. This is going to look weird. I might have to like put like, I don't know, put some cutouts in this thing. Anyway, let's secure our actual screw holes in the sides here. I need to make sure that I've got the geometries that I need in order to put the screws in there. Draw a tick butt on it. I think you overestimate the abilities of my 3D printer. 3.2, 6.2. Now the holes that we already have in there, I made them into 3, which is kind of annoying. I don't know why I did that. So 3.2 and 6.2 were what I settled on in order to get these screws to sink into it. So 3.2, 6.2 on the reservoir. Luckily, we have all this homework that I did. So 3.2. Yeah, it looks like I made the holes 3, which is going to be really annoying to highlight when it comes time to choose solids to extrude. Oh well, that's what we got. I could make them 3.4. Yeah, I'm going to make them 3.4. I'm going to give it a little bit more wiggle room. The tightening of the bolts should be fine. And then it's basically, it's just holding a rubber grommet in place. 3.4. I know I'm doing these individually. I should make them equals so that I can, I don't know, make them all change at the same time. I could use constraints, make them equal. 6.2. 6.4. That'll all come out in the wash. I mean, if there's a little bit of extra room around the screws, it's not really going to show all that much. 6.2 was too tight of a fit. This will make it easier to construct. And, as you can see by the difference in the hole size, there's plenty of meat for this thing to grip onto. 66. All right, 6.4. Okay, cool. So that's our 4 holes in the side of that bracket. Now that bracket, oh man, this is going to print with this side on the bed, isn't it? It has to. It's got to print with the whole side on the bed, the visible side. And then I guess I'm going to need to make a 10mm box that comes out of the side of it. So that's 10mm high. and then that attaches to here. So that's going to be the box that goes and meets that. And then we simply have 2 screw holes in the side of this where a fastener is going to poke out, and we'll just put a bolt on the end of it. A nut. We'll put a nut on the end of it. I need to get my maker beam screws so that I can actually measure this out. The only thing that it's going to ruin the visual aspect of this, but I guess our aesthetic has been on the x-axis, we have red 3D printed stuff. I am not going to make this red. I want this to be translucent. I want there to be LEDs back there, and I want there to be like, I don't know, like a bloom of light from behind it, because everything here is clear acrylic and stuff like that. So I'm going to try to keep that look going. I think it'll be smoked instead of clear. This is what the clear stuff looks like with the hexagonal pattern on it. It's out of focus. That's how it's supposed to look like it's out of focus, right? Yeah, that'll look like this. Which there will be a clear and visible hex pattern. Now this printed against glass. That's why it's so clear. I mean, I say so clear, but that's not very, I know, the clear plastic of the 90s was great, but it's not quite going to look like this, because I don't know if I'm going to I might keep my oblate spheroid or whatever the hell pattern it is. I'm allowed to project creep, you know? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But this isn't really project creep. This is literally what I did for the y-axis. So this is a cool look. It's not really going to look like this because I have a textured bed, and this will be smoked. So it's not going to. I could use this stuff, and it would blend with the reservoir a little better. But I think the contrast of the smoked stuff is a little. I also have translucent purple, but I think purple would be a little outright for the color scheme at the moment. What a time to be alive. Do I want to cover over this thing? I could. You know, I could extrude a little bit more just to cover the side. No, we should keep away from the vanity. We should keep away from the vanity stuff. This will do fine to hold that up. Considering there should be another bracket there eventually holding half of the radiator up. And then this will be bolted with 2 bolts there with the contrasting looking stuff. I'm trying to keep the shape relatively simple so that we're not overdoing it with this. But I think what I need to do is a couple of troughs here. The only issue is whether or not this part of the bracket fits where the fitting is going to be. Everybody left. So I think that's this. Let me, oh yeah, the holes for the actual maker beam bolts. Let's see what we get. Yeah. So maker beam all the way in here. For like 1 second we were at 100 people, huh? Oh well. Everybody left. They're like, what the fuck? They just left. I would like it to slide onto the maker beam and actually bolt from the other side. I don't want to use other fasteners of this. So I've got the super long bolts, and then I've got the moderately long bolts. We have to evaluate whether or not they actually work with this, and then I might have to move some of the solids around in order to accommodate like a flat surface where something either this long or this long can bolt in. It'd be nice if it was just a big solid surface. That would be better. But okay, so what size opening do I need for this? Calipers? They're all the way over here. I think these are 2.5 millimeter. Too far list. Well, it's back on now. 3, so 3.4. I'm making the whole size. Usually it's 0.2 and 0.2 that I use. If I go 0.4, it just means we have a little bit more wiggle room with some of the futzing of the dimensions. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's just Twitch reporting. I don't know. I shouldn't even look. What am I thinking? Why am I looking? All right, so construction square from the center to the center where the bolts are going to go. And then let's just do 20 millimeters to either side. So there. I can just do a line for the other one, but then I won't be able to find it unless there's a dimension associated with it. I'll just do another square. Oh, you guys are going to go nuts. 20 to 20. There to there. None of these are weird color. Nope. Okay, good. So those are locked in. 20 to 20. I have a little bit of concern because of the return line on the reservoir. It gets very close to this. So we'll have to measure that. We'll probably have to measure where that goes so that we can make sure that the bracket fits. Actually, it looks like it would clear it right now. Yeah, that would actually clear no matter what. Never mind. We don't have to think about that. That does clear, but just barely. See that corner right there? That corner and then this tube. Just got to be careful of that. But it looks like, I mean, with the dimensions that we're giving it, we are inside of, just barely inside of the edge of the reservoir, which is good. Although I can expand this. I can't expand this. I could make more solids in order to expand this to the edges of the reservoir. Parts are back on the menu, boys. Ugh. Okay, yeah. 20 millimeters up and down. I wonder if I need more than that. Yeah, let's just pretend we designed this that way. This is actually down here, and it barely doesn't collide. And it's on the other side, but whatever. All right. 20 millimeters, 2 bolt holes. I think the 2 bolt holes will be enough to hold up a little reservoir of acrylic, and I don't think anything's going to explode and crack. Right? 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 So we need 3.4, not construction. .4. I could do 3. Let's do 3. Let's do... That's going to be so annoying to put together, though. I think I'll feel better if there's 3 on this. And if there's 3, I'll spread them out a little bit more. Let's make it like 30. That way it's kind of cantilevering on the center one, and it's pushing against this one. So it'd be because remember, gravity's going towards flamethrower. Gravity is towards me, towards my fucking fat face. So this whole thing is trying to go like the fucking cameras revert. Where? Okay. Gravity's going like a clock forwards in time. Gravity is going this way, right? The whole thing wants to do this. All that weight wants to do this. So that this bolt right here is going to be a cantilever, and then this is going to try to be pushed up. This is going to try to be pushed down. If there's enough pressure against the rails, all that weight should go into the rails. I just want to be cognizant of the forces at work here, just to figure out what's going to go on. So if I spread those out, they have more torque control over everything else, and they'll hold stronger. I don't know. Mechanical engineering is not my strong suit, but I'm getting follows. Outdated version. Thank you for following. Okay, so that's that part. I think that's... So I need to see how far in... because the whole thing is going to be a couple millimeters thick, and then it's going to go in a couple millimeters. So, did I chamfer the top of this thing? Oh, I see. See, I controlled this one just right so that it was able to print on the bed for the surface that was in contact with the side of the reservoir. Unfortunately, our new bracket, it's going to be like this, and then the thing's going to stick in, and we have to maybe put a couple little supports on the inside, which we can't do near this fitting. This fitting is not in that position. It's actually lower, but okay. I'm getting there, guys. You guys are tolerating my complete lack of a solid focused train of thought. I'm kind of like rambling about all the different facets of this design. I hope the things I'm saying are accurate, although I don't think chat hesitates to correct me in any way, shape, or form. Why is... You son of a bitch. I can't believe you've done this. I hate how it does that. Whenever you do like these operations, you can see like if that's blue, something isn't like locked in. Giving up on arguing semantics. Well, why would you argue semantics? Why not argue points? Yes? No. Still no. What the X. There we go. Now we're locked in. Gotta make sure about that. What is this? Why is there like a... What the hell? I don't know what's going on there. Weird. Weird. Okay, so 3 holes in that. The requisite 4 holes in the reservoir. Bracket number 1 is shaping up. Other things that I'd want to do, maybe put some holes in it, but I don't really know what the design of the rest of this stuff is going to look like. So when I go through and I do the visuals, like if I want to do like a vent side on this thing, I will figure it out when I get to it. First, we need just the base platen solids, right? We just need everything to kind of look, we need all that stuff to be there. And then when I decide if I want to do like hexagonal vents in this stuff, then I'll add all the hexagons, and that's when the drawing gets all bogged down. So let's finish that. So now we have our sketch, and it's right up against the reservoir, but it is not up against the maker beams, which is fine. That is a huge distance that it has to go. That is a huge distance. And if I do print this with that solid on the bed, oh, that sucks. I mean, I could make it a 2-part. I don't want to make it a 2-part, though. I wanted this to be a 1-piece bracket. And if it's a 1-piece bracket, how long are these bolts? These bolts are, I mean, the super long ones might work in this instance. I just don't want to have support material go all the way up one of these things, you know? Well, actually, wait. First I'm going to extrude the main solid. And I don't think we need anything thicker than what I've already built here, which I have a feeling is 5mm. Yep, it's 5mm. A little confirmation with the old calipers. I need to get a new set of calipers. I mean, yeah, the maker beam doesn't like to mount beam to beam like that. It really doesn't enjoy doing that. There is room for another one, it seems, though. What is the distance? Hold on. From here to here. When you go plane to plane, it gives you that distance that you want. And it is blocked by everything. 13.025 millimeters. Jeez. Okay, so 13.25 millimeter. It's the reservoir's outer dimensions. The outer limits, the outer dimensions of the reservoir are computer sized, so they're in imperial, and then EK, I think it's a Polish company. Am I correct? Am I correct with that? Where does EK come from? They're in metric, like everything else should be. It's just America invented computers, so you get to work in English when you work on computers. So, all right, what's the length of these guys? 23. Yeah, that's what I was, another dimension. Now, profile. You know, I found out where Y100 was when I was looking at dead malls yesterday. I was looking at dead malls on Reddit. There's a whole like subreddit for that, for dead malls, and it fills me with just the biggest like liminal space boner. There's just space boner. Anyway, it's like liminal spaces, but it's also like kind of like a whole like industry that's dying out, a whole like culture that I was involved with. I used to work at the mall. And we used to live right near the big mall. I used to spend half a day walking around and like buying electronics from like fucking Radio Shack and stuff. Hey, what's up, Alt F4? How you doing? Space Boner was my jazz quartet name in high school. Seeing how much real estate, yeah, dead malls exist. Dude, I'm looking at all those spaces like, man, I could race RC cars there. Or man, I could put my shop there. These are 24 millimeters long. Outdated version sub with a prime. Hey, thank you for that prime sub. By the way, if you guys don't know, the project that we're working on, yeah, drone racing was another one too. Drone racing would be absolutely off the fucking hook in dead malls. I mean, Jesus Christ, like imagine all those vistas and like the like decaying spaces that you could weave through and escalators and shit like that. Oh, that would be super cool. You could do like a whole league. There's a guy who's making a game about like a horror game about exploring abandoned malls, and he expects to be done in 2022. I'm ready for it. I've got him subbed on Steam or whatever. DJ Mini for Christmas. Ooh, those things are fun. I'm from the South, and that's all we had in Florida is malls. Yeah, when it gets super hot around here, like going to the mall was a thing that we used to do. I used to go to the food court of the mall just to get lunch and then come back. That's how close to the mall we were. So I'm all up in that. I was all up in that culture, but it's dead. Maybe it's not dead, but if you go to a subreddit that is specifically for dead malls, that's what you see. It's crazy. And looking through all those pictures, I see familiar spaces in it, even though I'm like, I've never been to that mall. But then it's like Exton, and I was like, I thought I was just there. Didn't I just visit that mall? And nope, it's dead. Pennsylvania is there quite a bit. Ohio is like the main. There are so many dead malls in Ohio. It is ridiculous. Anyway, this is going to stick out 13 plus the 5, 18. Yeah, that's perfect for this fastener. This will have enough room for a bolt on the end. What's up, Durst? So we can use these. I have not had an opportunity to use these yet. So this will work out. We will use these in the maker beam, and we'll have a bolt and probably a washer. It's not good practice to have a bolt go directly up against the 3D print. If I have a nut. If I have one of these nuts that I'm screwing in, I'm not going to screw it in directly against the 3D print because it'll crush a lot of the stuff here. What you want to do is you want to give that bolt enough surface area that this plastic is able to fight it. So putting a washer around it is a very good idea. Talking about Ohio. Listen, I ratted out whoever that was hating on Ohio to Turts. Turts is already gone. He's already insulted me and left. But yeah. I only need to print out one of these. If I can make it actually what do you call it? If I can make this part brain if I can make this part like just mirror imageable, I'll be able to just print two of them and then put two of them down. I could probably mirror this along origin maybe and create two solid bodies in the rendering just because. But let's work on just one of them first, and we'll just let that hang out. So let's start with our first solid body of our new design. Which means that everything that happens with this sketch, we're going to group together as bracket. So extrude this, 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 and this. And we got to be careful about those because when I project stuff, luckily for us, we didn't start our sketch on this maker beam profile. This maker beam profile has the chamfered edges on it, which means we have all of these extra little weird geometries to worry about. We don't have to worry about all that stuff. We should not base any of our sketches on this maker beam. It's caused a lot of complications in the other designs that I've tried. So anyway, so we started on this thing up here. So yeah, we've got that set to extrude, and then our distance is going to be to the object. And of course, I've measured out where these maker beams are supposed to go pretty comprehensively, so we should have a pretty good idea of where all this stuff is. That means that our solid body can go out and meet it like that. And that's all we want from this. We want our sketch back, though. Give me my sketch back. We'll call this one reservoir. There we go. Reservoir-y. Okay, so that's our reservoir bracket. Look at that. Perfect. Why is my design falling apart? So we need to extrude all that stuff again. All that stuff again, and then we need to add to it the rest of the stuff. There, there, there. We'll cut these screw holes out of the rest of it. So we want the difference here. We don't want these two, because the screw is supposed to fit through this. I want this too. I want that. And I want to check to see if there's any little hidden things. Nope. We're going to go 5 millimeters. Look at them. Look at them go. One of God's own prototypes. Too weird to live, too rare to die. All right. Did these join? Look at our bodies. Body number 1. Good. Okay, so we got a fairly functional, really boring-looking bracket here. Did we miss it? Dun, dun, dun. Oh, my God. Project over. Everybody go home. We missed a bit. What do we do? What do we do? Well, we're going to double-click right here. That's one of my favorite quotes. We're going to double-click and go back into this step. So now we're into the extrude solid step. We can just correct our mistakes. Just click right there. Bam, we're done. Boom. Now, if I was dumb, this would be fine for me. You know, if I was a drooling idiot like you guys, I would be totally fine with this. This would be my design. And I could just go to the 3D printer and I could print it out and I get something that approximates this. And all of the holes would be in the right spots. But what I'd like to do is figure out, yeah, the F360 timeline, being able to just reverse things just a little bit and tweak, it's so good. When you learn how to use it properly, it really works out. But it'll also bite you in the ass, like most things. What I'd like to do, 2 things. Well, first of all, we need to finish the screw holes, but also I want to put a couple little of these things. I want to put some of these things on there. These little ribs that'll kind of give it a little, at least the impression that it's going to be strong. Yeah, you know what I said. All right. Go over here. See, these I don't need to do anything about, because they'll have just a shiny bolt sticking out of them, and then I can just tighten them up. I could, if I really wanted the visual on this, the visual on the rest of this is basically having those bolts sticking out and having a nut on top of the bolts. So if I didn't have one that was long enough, I could maybe figure out what the external dimension of the tool that I would be tightening them with is, which is somewhere on my desk, and I don't know where it went. There it is. I can take this outer dimension, and I can up it by like 0.2 or 0.4, so that I can fit the tool in there and tighten the nut using this. But I'm not going to do that. We can, visible bolts are fine. We're totally fine with it. It's all fine. It's all good. And we're going to fight to keep this thing symmetrical. That's important. So, all right, we need to do the cutouts for the screws here. So what is, it's 6, but I don't know what the depth is. So let's take this all the way to fruition. And then I can just measure it. Oh yeah, I did do rounded edges. Oh yeah, but that's on the other side. Ugh, that bugs me. It bugs me because if I can't print something like this with the chamfer facing upwards. It looks like crap. What are we building? We're mounting stuff to MakerBeam onto my wall for something called Burn the Subs, which is a subscriber burning board, what exists on my wall. We can chamfer the corners. I guess I'm going to leave it flat. That'll be the aesthetic. I'll just leave it flat. That'll be the aesthetic. That'll be the aesthetic. Aesthetic. Sympathetic. Copacetic. And you don't. 2.5. All right. Acetone soften. I wonder if that would clean it up, like the clear look. I'm gonna use the smoked clear though. Using parametric stuff would be really cool. I know Fusion lets me do that with an educational copy, but PETG is my love affair with 3D printing. PETG, soda bottle plastic. I print like men print. I print with no cooling fan, and I print tens of degrees higher than I probably should, and I print on a coated sheet of glass, and I don't use any material to stick it to the not glass, it's coated glass, but I print it like that, and then I spurts it with fucking Windex, and I'm like, fuck you, and then it just pops off. It's actually pretty awesome. I don't have to do any cleanup. All I need to do is take a paper towel and wipe it, and then it's ready for another print. So that's how I print stuff. So we're going to be printing it pretty much like this stuff. I don't think I'm going to do any like a street walk. What do you mean I'm making it hard on myself? I could just wait and then it will pop off, but my super hot printing works just fine. You're boosted. Congratulations, Cannibal Jesus. You can go sneeze into other people's mouths. You're going to feel like shit in about 24 hours from now. Or not. I don't know. Everybody differs. I'm going to print it out of this stuff, but it's going to be smoked. Translucent smoked. So it'll have kind of this property to it. And then the reservoir is going to be all the way up here. It just puked on my fucking set. God damn it. Water cooling sucks. Anyway, this is going to be all the way up here. And we'll have the glass case. Here, let's put this in a moderately representative configuration. We're going to use the VFD and everything. It's going to look so cool. Super cool. Hold on, let's just get this thing into moderately the right positions. Goes like that. This is going to press fit onto the 3D printed back. That'll have a cooling fan in it. And then water hoses will go under this space right here. Or I can actually make this a little taller if I need to. And this guy goes right here. And what we're working on right now are the brackets to hold this stuff up. Yeah, so that doesn't quite stay. But this all goes to the left of Burn the Subs. Compressor cooling. Hey, don't think I didn't think about that before. Don't think I'm not thinking on that wavelength there. Anyway, so what were we doing? 2.5 millimeter in here. Extrude. See, my license for this software is educational, which means I need to say, in order to get to actually clicking these things, you can unview the solids on a solid by solid basis. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going to hide the reservoir. So where did I put that? Reservoir. And so I'm going to take these 4, but I need to go all the way. No, actually we're good. Yeah, I need to take these 4. Doot, and doot. And then I'm going to extrude, but we're going to choose an object. It really means face, but if I choose this face of the object, and then I go minus 2.5, boom, there we go. Now, the screws that are going to hold in these rubber grommets are going to sink into the material just right. I could have them stick out of the material. Because we're not totally concerned with hiding fasteners, right? This isn't the Norn build for Julian's thing. This is gonna look like this. It looks like shit. It'll look pretty cool when we put a cover over the top of this. But anyway, having this stick out is fine, but we've got 5 millimeters here, and these screws don't have a lot to give. Well, this is the best. This is all I got. Stop judging me. I could probably find a bolt, like a hex bolt that would go through there. But we've already said that the Maker Beam bolts, these are going to stick out and have a nut against them on the other side, like a nut in a washer on the other side. So the aesthetics are going to be all over the place. At least this will transmit a little bit of the lights that we're going to put behind it. And I might have to do 2 pumps. I'm not sure. This is going to be a mutant. I know this seems like project creep is getting out of hand around here. Maybe it is. It's my project. I can do whatever the hell I want with it. I want it to hold up all of the equipment and use good equipment. I want to put my best foot forward. And I said this at the beginning of the stream. I want to use the best of my abilities here, because I've been slowly increasing my capabilities as both an engineer, a designer, a streamer, and somebody who can 3D print. It ain't a no bother computer unless it has water cooling. You saw my computer over Saturday though, the thing in the Maker Beam rails, which I have somewhere on my Twitter. It shouldn't be too much scrolling, but I have pictures of that computer on my Twitter. I organized all the wiring underneath it, but the It's not water cooled. Oh, by the way, no, wait. I don't know what happened to your water block. Shit. I had FK Productions water block. When I met this guy right here, we were adversarial with each other. Like, oh, so you water cool? What are you using? Whose product are you using? Blah blah blah. Like, water cooling didn't exist back then, and we were like eyeing each other up. It was funny. Jesus fucking Christ, nerds. Yeah. Until we went to a LAN. I think my computer broke. I don't know if I was able to actually do any gaming at that LAN. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Just like a slight, very tiny. Yeah, then we started making out really sloppily. Just as like a tiny, just to give up a little ground towards actually designing something that looks good, I'm gonna chamfer the four corners of this thing. It all turned to shit. It's all shit. My current computer is air cooled. Yeah, it's air cooled, but it's shaped like a VCR. Cool story. Shut up. Fuck you. It's my stream. All right. Modify chamfer. Two-player Apache null modem. Yeah, I told you guys before that we, like, back in high school, we used to play Bolo on Macintoshes over there, whatever that BNC network is, where you had to have the 50 ohm eliminator at the end of it. Tell another story. Once upon a time, I left a fake resume in a document that we turned into a professor. No, I'm not going to tell you guys that story. You guys don't deserve that story. All right, so we're going to take it like 2.5 millimeter. Just to clean it up a little bit. Oh, yeah, Short Lurker, I was showing earlier the $40 e-brake thing that I never implemented in the actual steering setup. I forget. Yeah, I still get secondhand. No, that's firsthand, like, embarrassment overload. Anyway, so yeah, this is one of those pull parking brakes you can buy on eBay. It comes with its own little master cylinder. But yeah, I need to put like foam and a load cell in this. But the problem is, like, I'm not going to mount another thing to the right side of that steering wheel setup. That thing already weighs like 18 pounds. That thing already weighs like 18 pounds. That was meme face. So like 20, maybe 20 to 30 pounds. It's really difficult to like position that thing properly without hurting myself. So I really need to make like an actual racing pit. I don't really want to do that. But when I make a racing pit, then I can put that. It needs its own wheels. Wheels and a motor. I have the motor that I could use. All right, anyway, back to this. Now, do I want to give this like just a little something, something? Just a little something, something on that? I don't know if I do. I don't know if I want to give this a little something, something. Like, what is the software going to do if I give this a little something, something? Let me give this a little something. A little like 2.5 something, something. A little 2.5. I don't know. It looks a little weird with like this. The setup I saw the other night was 300 kilograms. Oh my God. That's almost the weight of an entire American. A pallet at work weighs more than that. Yeah, but you know, I'm not trying to strap a pallet onto the very front of my desk, like balancing it on there, because it'll fall over. Like the weight is right on the edge of the table. So if I push the steering wheel a little bit, it'll fall. It's tough, man. The setup for the steering wheel was left over from my dual joystick setup. That's a lot lighter. That'll go onto the front of the desk, clamp down, and then I've got a joystick in each hand. Like Saturday night. No, I got a joystick in each hand and then the foot pedals, and I can I can fly around in space with that. I haven't finished that yet. We need to get back to that project, but I got other pressing matters that I need to work on. All right, so this looks like shit, but I mean, it's my shit. so it naturally smells a little bit better. I would like to make a couple little supports across here. Even though I don't think it's totally necessary to do, I feel like they should be there. It's like security theater. It's just, you know, it's there to feel good. I forget how I made these, and I know Fusion has a way to make stuff like this. I just don't know how to use that. Yeah, buttresses. You watch your language in here, young man. We're using hard angles on everything. I'm not using soft angles. So I think what I want to do is make... I think we need to do a little bit more chamfering. If I take that up like that, that might be a little better. Let me Control Z that. Let me take it all the way up. Take that. I'll go up. Oh, come on. I wish it just let me set it to be the max, so that I fill in this entire piece. We'll just do 1.0. I'll do it here too. Ah! Ah! Oh, wait. Oh, God, I don't know how to... I'm dumb! I think I used draft last time, but I know there's a tool that lets you do those, and I would like to do that. Yeah, FK Productions is looking at everything I do and being like, why don't you use Rhino? I tried a long time ago to use it, and I wasn't good at it. It was a different workflow, and Drexel indoctrinated me on using Fusion 360. You use SolidWorks? This visual presentation is I love it. Rhino makes it, oh man, I see that you're on a different level than me. The main reason that I'm using this right now is that they rolled in Eagle PCB design into this, so I can make gorgeous looking circuit boards on my 3D models. I don't know if you've seen my pièce de résistance, the most comprehensive 3D model that I've done. You guys are just watching me catch up with an IRL friend. Sorry. I meant to do lunch with FK Productions, and I'm so fucking scatterbrained that I just haven't made that happen yet. But this is the most comprehensive model that I've done, and I've organized it. Yeah, I want to try using the rib tool in just a bit. Yeah, this is organized in groups. So there's the add apart group, the position group, and then all of the solids that make this stick together group. So this is the 1/28th scale RC car project that we still have to get back to. I needed to do a little software update for the motor controller here, but I was able to design this circuit board. For some reason, all the parts aren't rendering in. That's annoying. There might have been a little change to the parts layout or something like that, because that circuit board actually does have all of the parts rendered on it. I don't know why they're not showing up right now. Just something with the model probably needs to be updated. I haven't looked at this in a little while, but yeah, I was able to design the 3D printed solids that hold a new servo adapter right here, which that's just the grab CAD part, and then hold that up where the old servo went in 2 parts with screws, then make a motor mount that allows me to tension the spring, or sorry, tension the gears. And yeah, just fit all that into the RC car, then fit a body over it. That's the important part. Custom made the little wheels. It's cool. This is a fun project because it incorporated a lot of different skills in CAD design. This thing was a piece of shit. This axle housing is such a complicated part, but it's interesting to reverse engineer these things and figure out what they were thinking when they put these together. And I actually found an error that I somehow didn't pick up on the carbon fiber bottom plate. They misdrilled. Their jigging must be off for the holes because there's a mistake between this and the actual chassis for this car. Oh boy, that was tough. That was a tough build. But anyway, yeah, that's the power of CAD. Fusion 360. All right, let me close this. Let me close this and give my computer a break. Now, okay, so there's a tool for making these things. I didn't use it. I think I just drafted this thing onto it. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do that on the other one. We also need to make sure that we avoid this fitting. I guess, I don't know where exactly that fitting is. We didn't position this totally accurately. This is just here so that we get far enough away from the maker beam in order to mount the reservoir in place. Do I chamfer now, or I think I chamfer later? I think I put the ribs down and then I'll chamfer around the ribs. I've never gotten the rib tool to work for me. I mean, maybe we should use generative design and make it look like a spider web. I have never used the generative design tool, and I figure that Fusion is probably going to give me like a $500 bill if I do that. Rib. I want ribs. Profile. There? This way? Lord. Oh my God. Another reason for Rhino. Yeah, maybe. I just don't know how to use them. I don't know. Yeah, I looked at Rhino and I was like, I don't know. Maybe I know more now that I know more CAD. Hey, no. I don't know how to use this. I need a plane. Do a sketch on a mid-plane, then rib tool the sketch and pattern in either direction to use the rib tool. Draw the rib on a sketch. See, okay, what I did with this one is I drew a trough, and then I think I drafted it. No, I lofted it. Yeah, so I drew a trough and then I lofted from plane to plane. What do you guys mean by mid-plane? So like in this dimension here, like I'm gonna set a plane inside of the part. Yeah, I need pictures. I need pictures and crayon drawings. Oh. What the fuck? Well, okay, 3D printing that is not gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. Not on my setup. My setup sucks. So I'll do what I did before. It looks like, yeah, this makes sense. So you do just like a line on a mid-plane in order to set that up. That's just as much work as making a mid-plane sketch and extruding it. Sorry, I had to burp. Yeah, I think I'm gonna loft them. Wait. Lofting might make a couple assumptions that we maybe don't want it to make. I'm gonna loft it. I'm gonna go. Let's see. We'll edit our sketch that we've already got. And in the pursuit of making everything symmetrical, I guess I'll go from this point and I'll create how many ribs? Hold on. Let me make sure that we're not, because our ribs are in danger of conflicting with this way you learn how to use the mid-plane tool. Never! I'll never, yeah, flying. Those are flying buttresses, aren't they? Flying butt heads. Okay, so we need to avoid this piece right here, and we need to somehow make it symmetrical. That's not good. Mid-plane tool and modeling with mid-planes is very powerful. Yeah, I guess I'll have to learn it at some point. I just don't see it. I don't see it in my head right now. I'll have to play with it when I'm not, on stage. Need at least half a rack of ribs. It's true. What I need to do is get a butane torch and start playing around with that in the kitchen. Because it's safe. I think we only can do one rib. I think we can only have one rib, chat. I'm sorry. I can't let you have that many ribs. Yeah. A Twitch whiteboard would be an extraordinarily dangerous tool. I apologize about that. And right now, that mixer that I bought, that $600 fucking mixer, I don't have it set up so that I can do like a discard call or anything like that. One day I'll have that properly set up. I don't even have two microphones that quite operate very well in this lab. I'm working towards that, but it's like a whole nother project. I'm trying to put all of the compressor and the frequency tuning that I do to make my sound professional inside of the little amplifier. Oh, yeah, it would be all dicks if we had a whiteboard feature. All dicks, wall to wall. All right, these things at least are symmetrical. I mean, these are on the same side. I think they're the same distance. Let's just get that into the calipers real quick. Oop. 10.8. 10.8. And then, if we really want to, I can put it 6 millimeter from the bottom. How am I going to move it like that? I can make it even with the corner, and then I can move it 10 by 6. Oh, wait, no, but the corner doesn't exist because the chamfers. God damn it. Hold on, I got to figure something out real quick. Father's got to teach stuff. Let me see here. I get this in position. Well, you know what? If I can do the, I guess I could do the rib off of this. I could put just like a geometry on this, and then I can have it come out from there. A BTS whiteboard that we can draw on. Yeah, keep dreaming, kid. Fuck that. 6.3, so we can make a 6 millimeter jut out. There would be no way in hell that you guys would responsibly use something like that. Yeah, a rule of part design is to wait for the fillet until everything is done. I mean, I'm jumping the gun a little bit here. Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah. I'm talking about the, on this part, I put all the humphers in there, all the fillets in the reservoir already, and so my reference edges are not necessarily there. I mean, I do still have the centers of these things and the centers of these that I can project onto things, but yeah. Yeah, chat would absolutely be completely mature and well-behaved. No, I believe that. So I think the best thing we can do is just soften this edge up, and then I'll do one vein coming down here. One big vein coming down the meaty expanse of this thing. And I think if I just do a square down here, that'll be fine. Miro? What's that? I don't know what that is. See, I'm in FK Productions' wheelhouse right now, doing three-dimensional design of things. I'm not great at this. I've been getting better and faster at doing things like creating a reference solid for the reservoir. Oh, it's a collaborative design whiteboard. Well, I'm not going to do that right now. Right now, I'm just going to put a block, like a big box down the center of this thing that goes out 6 millimeters. So let's go back to the sketch. Back to the sketch, and then I'm going to project these guys in. Actually, should I just go for the center square? I mean, it has to go down to here. Yeah, let's put a construction line straight down through this to the center here, and then I can do one of these guys from the center, and then I can burp. You guys are lucky that I save you from these fucking burps. There's one streamer that I watch that just two streamers that I watch that just burps straight up into the mic. Oh, it's disgusting. What was the size of this thing? I want to go a little bit under the size of this because we're not using it as any kind of an actual mount. My calipers were off. 11.22, so we'll make it 10 millimeter. So 10. And it needs to intersect this, and AutoCAD hates to do that. It looks like it actually did. Yeah, it actually did it. Wow, I'm shocked. So now we've got that solid there, and I can extrude that 6 millimeters this way. Yeah, 10. 10 is what I wanted. That's definitely, thank you. 6, enter. I didn't even give that thing 6 millimeters, did I? Maybe we'll do 10 by 5. We'll give it a little bit of wiggle room. 5 is a bit much. There's a big space there, but I guess it's okay. I guess it's all right. It doesn't matter that much. Yeah, that'll just make it a little tiny bit stronger. I don't know. I'm just gonna fill it the hell out of this and just have fun with it, and then that'll be it for this bracket. We'll be done this bracket. I can print it, and we can check that out. Because we got more stuff to design here, and I know this is like, oh my god, this is mechanically so terrible, but this whatever. It's gonna have a lot of support material in it. And the support material should be pretty strong. Just as long as I give it a little bit of a 1, 2. I mean, as much as I'd like to make it look soft, there's nothing soft about Burn the Subs. I must make my art make art. Oh, that looks terrible. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Listen, the most important thing in engineering is that it looks good. I said 2 distances. Why are you not? 2 distance. 3. Okay, that's that one. 10. There we go. Why weren't those separating before? I mean, it could make that one 6, but yeah, I'll make that 6. 10 by 6, 12 by 6. It just gets a little bit of an extra foot. How's that look? I think that's pretty good. That's not going to be in danger of getting in the way of our water cooling fittings. This is actually much lower down on the thing than is what is represented. I would do ribs, but I mean, I've got the space for this, so I might as well do that. So that's what's going to mount there, and it's going to be a very simple looking bracket. And this edge is going to have a bit of a weird texture to it, just because that's going to be sitting against the 3D printed bed. I'm not going to complicate this by softening the outside edges, though I would like to. I would love to make it look a little bit more like this thing, but I can't really reconcile how I would make that print the other way around without using a significant amount of support material, unless I did this in 2 pieces, but then it would be a little bit more clunky, and I don't want to have like a standoff piece and then a piece that actually mounts to the reservoir. I think it would be better as just one big thing. And then if I want to scoot it up and down on the rail, I can undo 6 fasteners and move it up and down. Those will stick out pretty prominently on the bottom side of this thing. And there's nothing to the left and right of this. It's basically the whole Burn the Subs board sits to the left of this control panel, and all the stuff is going to snake out. I'm going to have a DB connector on the bottom so that I can unplug things if I need to, and then I'll put a DB connector for the Y-axis. I got to redo all the wiring. I'm going to use actual wires instead of speaker wire that I bought for a festival in Maryland so that we could have a Washers game that had LEDs on it that nobody really played. It was a whole project that I did that I had to run out to a Home Depot to get wire. The only thing they really had was speaker wire, and that speaker wire, as soon as it gets hot, it just turns into soup because it's speaker wire. It's not meant for soldering, and that's the wire that I used on Burn the Subs. So that's what wire is going through all of those drag chains. Yeah, it's not ideal. So what I'll have to do, because I've got kits of wiring now, I will replace pretty much the majority, all of the wires in Burn the Subs with actual real wire, which is something I should have done a long time ago anyway. You know, we might have Burn the Subs 2.5 might be up for several years. It's going to take us a little bit of time to design the 3rd version of the board, after all. Probably end up doing a lot of stuff like this too with it. All right, so that's the bracket, right? I can literally just print 2 of these in exactly the same way, and those will print nice and easy and clean, and bolt them up and hold up my reservoir. So from there, we can tweak and tune and design it. I don't know if I want to skimp on the material and like make an opening on this. It depends on the design, right? It depends on the visual design of the rest of this thing. So yeah, that's that part of it. We don't need that sketch no more. We got that part. Cool. I guess just for sharts and gargles, I need to mirror the part. So let's see. Create. I think there's a mirror tool in here somewhere. There it is. Mirror. bodies, this guy, and then mirror plane is the center, and there he is. There he is. Look at that guy. Look at him go. He's doing great, and I'm proud of him. Now, actually, the bolt holes for the reservoir itself, those are actually going to look totally different than that, but it's whatever. I'm not using, what, you mean the cables that came with those button things that Krigor gave me? Or sorry, St. Wiggly gave me. I'm not going to use any of the weird wiring that we've come across lately, or the silicon wiring. The silicon wiring is like, it's like way too loose. It's like all over the place. I'm not going to use that stuff. I'm going to use normal wire. I've got, I think, 18 gauge. Whatever gauge wire that is I have will be perfectly fine for the entire thing. And it'll be nice big Fisher-Price wire that allows me to, you know, work on stuff. So everything behind the sketch, I'm going to group. All of this step right here, I'm going to group. So now, beginning each part, there will be a sketch and then a group. So sketch group, sketch group, sketch group. That'll keep everything nice and clean. And if I feel like working on a part, I can go back in time to when I worked on these steps and I can work on those steps. Or I can go back in time and add a sketch to the outside of the part when I feel like doing the design elements of this thing. And I know that right at the end of when I'm done working at that part, I can do the edits and I won't affect everything else down the line. If I want to move a principal part, I need to go back in time to this step right here and move it in this step, because this stuff, all the holes that I've designed it upon, will move. So all those sketch elements will move and it'll break stuff potentially. So keeping in mind this method of having all your stuff go in, then your individual connecting tissue solid bodies down the line, down the timeline, where you can go back, you can reverse time and do the edits. That's all you gotta do. First stream I've caught since before Christmas, so I don't know what cable you're talking about, but Belden makes super signal cabling. Oh, no. Yeah, this is just wires in drag chains that will get water pipes in it too. This is just wires and drag chains. It's just like a stepper motor and like a laser signal. But the laser signal is actually TTL. It goes all the way to a board that's sitting on that axis. So it's very simple, yeah. Just the CNC simple, yeah. Signal. Signal. I mean, if I really felt like it, I could... I'm not going to do that. Nope. No. Nope, I am infected with the project scope creep. That's literally an actual problem that I have. So I need to rein it in. I need to not be totally crazy balls, go nuts. All right, over here, pants on head. Let's take a look at this. This one's gonna suck. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. So, oh yeah, wait, my favorite thing to do. Use gold chain necklaces. I actually wanted to buy, I need to go to a hardware store and buy a little length of brass chain, you know, like they have on the ESD chairs. Because when I get out of my chair, I shock the ever-loving fuck out of my computer with static, and it shuts the monitors down and sometimes resets the computer. I can stand up on a dry day because it's like 20 degrees out here and it's dry as fuck. My car was about to just like give me a resignation letter for what I put it through starting it up this morning. But anyway, if I get up out of my chair, my main monitor goes blank for a second. That's a lot of static electricity. What I do is I keep a carbon fiber tube next to my computer. It's from a drone, and because carbon fiber is conductive, you can take a multimeter and you can go edge to edge on it and you'll get a couple ohms. That's how you tell if it's good carbon fiber. So I have a carbon fiber rod that I keep on my desk. When I get up and I come back to the computer, I grab the carbon fiber rod and I tap the arm of the chair. There's enough resistance in the carbon fiber rod that I don't get a painful static shock. I did a video of this and I think I tweeted it a long time ago. It's a visible 1-inch shock, that like a lightning bolt that jumps out of the carbon fiber. And then my computer monitors reset and I don't cause an issue. So I was actually going to go to a hardware store and I was going to get a brass chain like they have hanging from ESD chairs and hang that from the bottom of my chair. And then, I don't know, maybe I need to like sew conductive wire into the fucking thing. Because, like, this is a big problem. If I spray it with static cling spray, it doesn't do that, but then that eventually wears off. When you wear earbuds, oh my God, that'll shock you in your ears. Ugh. I was actually looking at mini D connectors, just because mini D is funny to me. Mini D connectors to connect this thing, and they are $100 a connector. So it's not happening. I'm not gonna get my mini D all over this project. Bad ground in the shop. I mean, this is a basement, and just get like one of those 4-inch nails and just start hammering it down into the concrete. I did make a plug on the back of the computer that's just a ground, and it hooks into the frame rail that I make the keyboard tray out of to try to get that static away from my computer, so it just gets out. Didn't work. Didn't do a thing. Didn't do shit. I don't know. All right, what's a good material here? I mean, if we go with the clear plastic, polycarbonate bronze. I wish, I mean, without getting into custom appearances, I wish I could represent the slightly cloudy stuff. I had to reground my CO2 laser, gave it a dedicated 10-foot ground rod. Holy crap. You're using much more powerful CNC stuff. I don't know what Trinamic makes for the more powerful CNCs, but for like a 3D printer, if you can change the drivers, you may have to change the driver board, but if you can change the drivers like we did to Trinamic drivers, you can use some of the very nice drivers to make your board, your CNC machine, silent. It's insane. I run this thing in the background here, and all I hear every now and then is a little Like, what? What was that? Who made that noise? What was that? Well, meanwhile, the printer's actually just going crazy. 10 foot is code for ground rods? Did you find some water pipes while you were doing that? Who knows what's under, oh God, in Philadelphia. 10-foot ground rods. Did you run into like a regional rail train when you were trying to sink that? Jesus. That's so crazy that fixes it. Why is there red acrylic and bronze acrylic, but there's no like smoked acrylic? There's probably smoked glass. That actually looks pretty good. All right, fine. We'll stick with that. We'll stick with that. It's a little cleaner than what is actually going to be there, but a little bit shinier than what I'm actually going to be able to print. I just like to have the subtle visual cue to give me an idea of what bullshit I'm going to be stapling together. So I guess we'll use that bronze on all the other stuff too. I love how Fusion, when I textured the wood thing that I built, it thought I would be hollowing it out of a single log of mahogany instead of this like particle board that my brother built this thing out of. That doesn't look like a single log that you've hollowed out. Heartwood? Actually, the tree is still out there. I just cut the box out of the tree where it stands. There's just a square missing from the tree. Those will be on standoff, so their height doesn't really matter. When we go to design this, I'll take that out of the two outer edges, and we can design the solid around that. Let's do that now, because I'm creatively a little bit. I need a creative break before I think about how I'm going to do this, and we might not even be able. I might just do an initial bracket just to hold up the the radiator, because we need to set up a couple tests. Like reversing that, turning that whole thing around. Like if I reverse this whole thing around, oh man. Send this off to a 4K render, given your educational license? No, thank you. I don't want to push the envelope at all on the educational license because it is a little dubious that I have it. But I am, what is this? I'm teaching, you know? I'm teaching. But I want to keep it within the capabilities of people getting, if not a free copy of Fusion 360, I want to keep it wrapped sort of within the reality of what you would get if you signed up for a free course and got a $10 copy for being a student. So that's actually a workaround for getting Fusion 360. But yeah, I want to keep it within those bounds because I want you guys to be able to do stuff like this. That's the whole purpose of my having an educational copy. And if we get to the point where I need to actually use those insanity credits in order to do something weird, I would like at some point to do a generative design on something so we can have like a spider web that my 3D printer somehow needs to actually like figure out. A make a rib video. Is this like a make a wish video or? This better not flash dicks suddenly. Okay, so you're offset plane. Okay, I sort of know how to do that. And then you draw a rib. Take it, line tool, draw the rib. Weird that the students are making instructional videos for the teacher. If you've never like shown a teacher how to do something, come on, man. That's not unheard of. All right. I think I get it. That's cool. So you can draw whatever rib you want and just make it that way. I don't know why I need the rib tool for that though. You can just make an offset plane. I guess it helps you do the whatever it is, just keeping it geometrically right. It's costing me $3,600 for education license. Granted, I get free bachelor's out of it. Well, that's cool. Trade Splatter, thank you for the video that simply explains that. Because yeah, it's tough because the terminology doesn't work on me. I'm impervious to your terminology. Dude, we're just trying to tell you how to do something. Haha, it has no effect. Yeah, it is impossible. My thoughts are, I'm wondering if I want to like raise the roof, move this thing up. I would have IO if I move it up, but all right. So let's see here. Let's build the base platen of this thing. Oh, and one thing I want to do also is incorporate a fan. So here we are late in the game, right? I've already started designing solids, but I suddenly decided to put a fan in this enclosure because the idea of all of my electronics detonating suddenly because there's too much heat in there does not fill me with a sense of, I don't fucking know what words to use here. Anyway, I don't want this thing to like detonate, right? So we're gonna have to have cooling vents in the back, like grating, and then I'm also going to put a fan behind here somewhere. I don't know where, but let's get that in there so that we can figure out where to put it. So I expand all of the area where I put stuff in, and I rewind time all the way to here. Now that we are in the past, we can do the nasty and the pasty, and we can go over here and go to where I'm storing all of my fan files. I need to actually like move these folders around. Do you know how hot these things are getting? Yeah, the Raspberry Pi reaches a nominal temperature. It kind of stays there, but it's a little warm. The LCD is going to produce quite a bit of heat. The one that I have in the bar tap it raises the heat of the temperature sensor like 10 degrees. So it's like at 80 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the motor controller should typically not have a temperature to it, but when it's running, things can get a little dicey. It's mainly the Raspberry Pi in an enclosed space. They're generally okay with being in an enclosed space, and we have water tubes going in there. But I think just to be kind, and to be kind to my VFD display, my nice Noratake e-tron VFD display, I'm just going to put a 40 millimeter 5-volt fan in there. I've got extras, so I'll just throw one at it. And I happened to be browsing GrabCAD, and GrabCAD is all this crap, because, I mean, 3D printers use that size of fan. That's why I have extras. So why does everybody want me to fucking put baby oil or cooking oil all over my body and then slide around on the floors in here? Just to cool things. I don't want to do that. I'm not going to oil up for you, chat. All right, perverts. So anyway, in the computer folder, I have fans. I would like to move these out into like a generic parts Generic parts folder. Yeah, that stuff is like super cancerous, right? We looked into that in like college, and it was like super expensive stuff. You always think there's these, you always try that command. We don't judge people on their followage here. We're accepting. Fans! There you guys, little guy. Wait, do I not have the little? Yeah, here we go. Noctua, NFA 410. Drag and drop. Pop it in there. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. Look at him go. Get rid of that. Move that down. And then we finish. You've wasted a lot of time not subbing to me. All right, so let's see. Oh, yeah, that's right. Advance time. All right, everybody else is in position except for that one. So we go back and we edit our position lockdown command, and now I can actually move this thing around. So the direction is always towards the hanger, the thing that holds up the spindle. So we're actually in the right orientation right now. This will suck air out of the container. I think that's what we want, right? We'll put this up towards the top of the container, and then we put vents towards the bottom of the container, and we'll generally have sort of a air flow to the whole thing. And it'll be closer to the Raspberry Pi that way. Hopefully that'll promote coolness in the rest of our system. Now, we might want to move the Raspberry Pi up a little bit. We could, in order to manage the position of everything, add an analysis view to this. Analysis view was something that you guys taught me when I was making Tom Thinks' super duper duper button. His button. Tom Thinks does live animation on Twitch, right? Tom does live animation on Twitch. And we were taking apart controllers, and like, I could design a PCB and make Tom a little thumb button that'll allow him to use his Roland voice changer without having to press down a pedal. Generally, the pedals that they give you for these things are like music, like piano-style pedals. Piano-style pedals assume that you're sitting down. And there's much different ergonomics towards standing and sitting and operating a pedal like that, to the degree where it was actually making one of his, like a repetitive stress injury that he had, worse. So he needed some kind of a solution, and I was going back and forth with him talking about solutions that he could do. He cut a little hole in a piece of electrical tape, and he wrapped that around the circuit board for the foot pedal, and had the little rubber button, the rubbly button for the foot pedal, and he was just using that and punching that with his thumb. And it's like, that's not going to fly. That was like falling apart while he was using it. So we did a little research. I had a controller that I took apart and I kept all the buttons to. So we had this nice big chonky button. We modeled that in Fusion, built a frame around it, put a circuit board on it, used an analysis view to make sure that things were contacting properly, printed, tested, sent. Tom uses it. He's got 2 copies of the button. He added a piece of foam to it because in his setup, his mic is so sensitive. He didn't do any filtration on the mic. So if you push that button, it's like thump. So he put a piece of foam on there, and it quieted up just nicely. He's still using it. So that's one of the parts where you guys actually taught me how to do something. So an analysis view. How do we do that? Actually, I think I probably need to do an analysis view like before this step on the timeline. I'm not sure. Let me just see if I could, like, let's see, new, I gotta remember how to do it. I don't think it's not in the controls, so I think what I need to do is, before the fixed position, I need to add the analysis view. So while we're here, this is kind of a weird way to do it, I guess. We could do it after the fact, but then we would have to, like, move the timeline back and forth to position things properly, right? Trying to remember how to, oh yeah, that's right, wait a minute. I think we can do it in here. All right, this is the part where I didn't rehearse this and I'm trying it out. Let's see. Oh, no. That's right. Finish the position. It's in another tab. Tools, and then inspect. Tools and inspect. That's what I forget that they use the, like, Microsoft ribbon thing. Bop, 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 bop. Accessibility analysis. Nope, we just want I believe it's a section analysis. We choose the plane that we want. We could make a 45-degree angle plane if we want to. That's what I did for the button. But this is good enough. This gives us an idea of where all the stuff is. So we'll just do that, and I'm not gonna do 45-degree or anything like that. And we'll just use that. So it auto hatches the stuff that it cuts through. And now we can see all the geometries and where everything kind of sits vertically. So now I can actually go back to that step and I can position my fan. All right. And I can position that fan based on what I'm seeing here. So I think I'll want to lift the Raspberry Pi up, even though I'm probably going to be building a circuit board on top of that. I want to have a little bit of room and then have my fan sit behind the Raspberry Pi. So let's go to move and let's choose the Raspberry Pi. Now I don't want to just click on something on the Raspberry Pi because whoever made this part, I guess, didn't lock all the positions down. So if I go to move something, I am liable to just pick up the connector instead of the whole thing. So what I'll do is I'll actually right click it from here. Move copy. I'll just move that up like, I don't know, 10 millimeter. We're not actually, these heights aren't fixed yet. These heights aren't fixed yet in terms of how I'm actually going to put this stuff in. See, under the LCD screen is where all the wires are probably going to go. So like, I'll have a PCB sitting on top or even below the Raspberry Pi that'll have a bunch of connectors on it. And then I need like a absolute shit ton of wires to come out under the LCD and then go to wherever they need to go. Whether that be the DB connector, probably just everything to the DB connector. There's 25 wires that I got to figure out here. I think Twitch can count. I have 2,000 points. Order to fart. I have 74. But no, man, I'm not responsible for whatever happens there. Move the fan. Okay, that is actually moving the fan. Thank goodness. Based on literally nothing, I'm just going to put the fan there. And since I only moved it in those dimensions, it should still be centered on the origin. That's how I'm kind of designing this. Everything's centered on the origin. Let's put it, should I put it up above this lip? That might come into conflict with the heatsink that sits on the back of the Raspberry Pi. If I make this base platen that thick, right, that'll be the pressure fit of the base platen. Now there are still tabs on this that are sort of installed in there, and I could either rip those out with a pair of pliers, or I could actually like utilize them in some way, or I could just avoid them. I could just build in something in the plate to avoid them. So I'll have to decide on that one before I waste all of my filament printing it. Yeah, all right, what I'll do is I'll click OK on that, and I'll move it again. Do it again! And I'll move it in this direction. You gotta delete the 1, make that a 0, ... We'll measure from here to here. And then we gotta go in the opposite direction that it seems to have figured out. I should have chosen them in the opposite order. There. So now that's even. So now if we extrude up to that object, this will be sitting on the platen, and then I'll put screws through it, and we'll have to make a hole with maybe a grating on it, or maybe just a hole. Maybe just a big hole that'll be our exhaust fan. It'll be right up in the middle of the top. It'll be behind there, and since it's an Octua, it'll be silent, and it'll barely move any air, but it'll be enough that we'll at least get air through our whole thing. Color FX. Thank you for the follow. All right, so everything's cut in half. This is not exactly helping us right now. So what I'll do is, well, first of all, we finish the position because I think I'm happy with where this is. It's sort of like basically on a, its center is at least on a reasonable millimeter grid. It's sitting like right behind the Raspberry Pi. It will move air out of the case, and it is sitting right on top of this ridge right here. And that's actually measured off of what's actually there on this case. Now, if I want to actually push this whole thing up, I guess I can make this thicker. That's going to be ludicrous, though. That's a huge thing to print. We'll have to put a lot of holes in it to make it a little easier to print. Anyway, that's where I want that. So finish the position. But now everything is still cut in half. We have this analysis folder over here. So we can have different sectionals in order to figure out what's inside of our enclosure. That's important, especially when you've got an amalgamation of a bunch of bullshit like I do. A bunch of garbage that I found in my shop that I'm trying to build into an actual project. So anyway, we can unview the sectional analysis and we get our stuff back. Huzzah! You can't even tell there's a fan there. Anyway, so that's the fan, and that's just going to dump hot air out into the back of this case. Actually, I got to move it down, I think, because I need room for 6 tubes to snake their way under this case and into here. Although it doesn't need all that much space, to be honest. Think about that for a second. I can just make cutouts that will take the ins and the outs for the tubes. Well, the ins and the outs for the tubes are going to go to the same place, so it might as well just be one big cutout. So one big flat cutout, maybe like right here, and then they can come in from there, and they have to go down and loop around because I can't reverse the direction of these because of the way we made them. Because of the way we made them, I can't reverse the direction of these. These two Raspberry Pi water cooling things. These are Alpha Cool MX something or other. You got to buy them directly from, not these, but the thing that splits them. You have to buy that directly from Alpha Cool. And yeah, it's very small tubes. Put this thing together. They're fun. We water cooled it because there's literally no reason. In our tests of these Trinamic drivers, they did overheat when we had them at a maximum load of a braked stepper motor. They would overheat and skip steps. And so that filled me with the fear of God himself. And so what I did is I ended up strapping these things to the one side. I put a temperature probe on the other. And now we had at that point, we had a microcontroller monitor the temperatures of each of our motor drivers. There's a copper plate underneath them. And so it'll monitor that temperature, and when it gets too high, it'll start to flow water through the whole system. It's stupid. It's so stupid. But while you're buying $6 Raspberry water coolers, you might as well buy one for the Raspberry Pi, right? So I did. So anyway, that's the cooling setup, right? So we'll wrap all that functionality into the Raspberry Pi, so we can have the internal Raspberry Pi temperature and the motor controller temperatures determine whether or not it turns on or off the water cooling system. Although, to be honest, it should be whenever Burn the Subs is running, the water cooling should probably run too. I'll probably just make it that simple. It's like, if this system is on, just run the water cooling. And then in the meantime, I'll have it turn on periodically during the day so that bubbles don't form in the various stuff. And I may do one pump for this and then another pump that goes all the way out to the laser and back. Because if we're doing that, I might as well vet out whether or not I do the laser water cooling. That's the idea anyway. So having a fan in here is going to help cool some of the other stuff. But to be honest, the Raspberry Pi has such a nice ground plane on it that under thermal imaging, when we had the Raspberry Pi running balls out, it would just look like one giant uniform temperature. The designers of the Raspberry Pi did a really good job making a ground plane and using chips that will dump all of their excess heat into ground. They did all the right stuff on this ground plane in here, and it dissipates heat extraordinarily well. Every corner of the Raspberry Pi looks like just one homogeneous temperature from the outside. It's insane. It's so cool. Water cooling it is almost completely pointless. We're doing it just because. There's no purpose. You can't fathom my goals. My reasoning is beyond your understanding. Anyway, all right, so we need places for standoffs, and we need a base plate, and then we can go from there. So let's get that into CAD before I derp out and just start talking about something else. I think I want to start this solid from this ledge right here, because it's just going to be that ledge down to the maker beam. Unless I do the whole thing. God, that's going to be so much filament though, right? I think I kind of want to give it like 5 millimeters. Hey, Rambling Geek. I think I want to lift it up by 5 millimeters and then have the 3D print down against the maker beam, and then I'll have bolt holes where it can go up against the maker beam, because you'll have to lift that top out from it. But I can make that. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video. Hell nah. Any suggestions for learning Fusion 360? There's a lot of good videos online. There's a lot of bad videos online. And now that the downvote is no longer part of YouTube, you might have trouble finding good videos. First off is securing yourself a copy without busting your bank, right? I mean, there's free versions of it where you can cut your teeth. A lot of the stuff in it is basically Sketch and then it's extrude from Sketch. One of the good ways to learn is to just dive in and just do it. Yeah, that's just dive in and just do it. Educational version. Okay, yeah, you can tool around with that for a little bit. I don't know. Where do you start? I took a 101 class at a university, you know. And then I had friends like advise me on stuff to do. And you know, finding SolidWorks Maker, $100 a year. I know, but Fusion 360, I don't know. I just kind of like it. And if you want to learn Fusion 360, if you want to learn Fusion 360, right? If you want to learn Fusion 360, get OpenSCAD and then use Rhino or use, you know, whichever is my favorite CAD program at the moment. And it just changes moment to moment. So it's really helpful when somebody comes in here and asks about a specific CAD program that they want to learn and people tell them to use a different one. You fucks. Fuck's sake. Listen, Fusion 360, there's a lot of good resources out there. Find somebody who you can tolerate watching and maybe look for like a basics class. As somebody streaming Fusion 360, I am about up to fucking here with the suggestions of a different CAD and how I'm using the wrong one. Fuck off. All right? I'm gonna get ahead of that because I know people are gonna say stuff. You have to. But anyway, learning Fusion 360. Basic videos, find somebody you can tolerate. Every now and then I'll go back to basics on stuff and I'll do it from the ground up. We're a little beyond that with this right now because I want to get this one done. A lot of the stuff that I do in this, even in this VOD, which is only going to be around for 60 days, a lot of the stuff that I do in this stream is a lot of the basics. You get your parts in, lock down their position, get a sketch of what your solid's going to look like, extrude it, tweak and tune, and then keeping that organized. So that's pretty much how I've learned Fusion over the years. But that initial process, sketch, extrude, solid, that was taught to me at a university when we had to use command lines in order to do that. I don't know what to tell you other than YouTube. So I think you should be able to find a lot of good basic resources on Fusion 360 and stuff. But yeah, I just kind of like dove into it with a project in mind. That also helps. Get a project in mind, and then you'll hopefully be able to kind of steer yourself towards the knowledge you need to complete that project, and that'll eventually get you to a thing. Having a 3D printer helps too. I think one of the coolest things that I've done in recent memory is taking a design, hitting Control P once everything's been tuned up and tweaked, hitting basically, not exactly, but hitting Control P and then printing something, and there's the thing that I was looking at in CAD. It's always a lot smaller than you think. At least that's what I tell her. But anyway, yeah, that's the idea. So, all right, let's move this up 5 millimeters. We'll have a little base plate that this thing sits on. I don't know if I want to do like tabs. I like to make stuff on YouTube. Yeah, listen to some of these guys with their suggestions. That's right. Yeah, there is an API, but who knows when they'll pull the plug on the dislikes. Woo, I'm burping. I'm getting burpy. I had Wawa for the first time in like a month since I, went on vacation, came back, and I've been kind of holed up because of Omicron, which I think I might have had or still have. I'll do a test after stream just for sharts and gargles because I got to go to an eye appointment tomorrow. They got to dilate my shit and then take pictures of my retina, which have looked fine. They look fine now. But yeah, I have created one if you like. Created what? Oh, video. Yeah, anyway, chat has good suggestions for stuff you can look at. If you had the plug pulled, the guy behind is now using estimated dislikes. Oh, really? Tech Tips had a video on it. I don't think they're gonna hire me, chat. I sent them my resume. I said, watch me now. I'm probably streaming on Twitch, and my stream is my summer car drinking beers and fart noises. It's like I don't know if I put my best foot forward there. All right, hold on. Let me move this up 5 millimeters. Move copy. That's probably automatically going to do. 10 is a little excessive, but it does make that more even. I'm tempted to go 10, but that is so much filament to fill in that area. That this is not a small area. I really kind of want to design this once and print this once. I don't know. Maybe the look won't be too tarnished by moving it forwards. It's just those tubes are so large. I mean, if I reversed this, then everything could be much lower. Yeah, I know. If it had four stands behind it, but then I couldn't print. I mean, I would have to print the flat edge being the edge that you view. That actually wouldn't be that bad. If it had the 4 legs that went back to the thing, and then this fits over it as a press fit. Yeah, that might be a good idea, actually. Because I'll use standoffs to get the height for everything else, so I can make that all at the same level. Walked out of work on Sunday, got offered a higher position in the store on Monday. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, no, LTT was looking for a specific engineering job that I think fit me a little too scarily well. But I don't know. They probably got a lot of other really good people out there that are applying. So who knows? Yeah, let's go with 10 millimeters forward, and let's put it on feeties. Let's put feetsies behind this thing. I think that'll be cute. So let's do that, and then let's move everybody up by 10. So we're moving, and actually what I should have done is take that whole group of stuff, but actually what I need to do is right click on the Raspberry Pi. This thing's a pain in the ass to work with. 10 millimeter up. Well, luckily that's the default. The default moving using the arrows like you're a boomer is locked in depending on how far zoomed in you are on the part. So if you zoom way in to look at the minutia, you can get decimal movement with the boomer arrows. I call them the boomer arrows. Maybe they're the zoomer arrows. Yeah, they're kind of for the zoomers who don't use command line to do stuff. Move you up 10. That'll do. What's the other one? That would be Gerbil board. Move copy. Now we don't know exactly the height of these. It depends on the standoffs I have. So once I print the initial board that goes behind here and put standoffs in it, then I'll be able to actually determine what the heights are represented in my 3-dimensional CAD drawing. It's not really going to matter that much, but was it for one? Yeah, it was for one of the lab positions, but they only had 2, so I think I missed my window to apply. Ooh, oh well, sorry. I went on vacation. They didn't get back to me. All right. Cool. All right, let's start designing this thing. So actually, instead of, it would look really good if it stuck out to the very edge of this thing, but I don't think I'm going to be able to achieve that. It would look good, but if I did that, then I'd be using a shitload of filament, plus I would need support material on that. I don't want to use that much support material. That's a super duper amount of support material just to make the little lip that goes around this, right? So if we're doing feet that go all the way back to the maker beam, because I can slide fasteners onto the maker beam and then use, I can use these mid-height ones, or I could use a full height one too. I can just put 4 on this thing and be done with it. I'm running out of the mid-height ones, but I could use these. How many millimeters is that going to be? It's going to be I might need to use the longer ones, but either way, I can use that. I can use that fastener through that. This will be pressure fit. If I really want to, I can start gluing magnets to stuff to snap that thing on there. I don't want this to fall off of my wall. This box, because my brother made it in the early 30s. No, probably probably made it in the early 80s. and I don't want it to die. So anyway, let's make a new sketch. So everything is in position. I'm gonna finish that position, and then we're gonna create a new sketch. So let's make sure we're all the way here on the timeline, and then I'm gonna make the sketch off of this right here. So create sketch there. Everything goes into ortho view. And I don't need to look at the rails for this. The rails don't have any, except for the position, the center position of the rails, actually. But those will get projected. So I guess I'll project my rails on first. We need to center the holes on the rails. So we'll do that, and we'll do that. And those two planes are now projected onto our sketch. So now we don't need to look at the maker beams anymore. They're in the way. This is a bit of a problem. Because if those rails are through, but the standoffs have threaded ends on them. Yeah, okay. So actually we're good. We're good. This is all going to work out. It's all going to work perfectly. It didn't. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. So what am I going to do? So first of all, we take, well, we basically just need 4 holes on this thing. That's all we need. I need to project all of the mounting holes now. So you'll. These 4. No. I mean, I could take the solids in, but if I do, it's going to make it really a pain in the ass for me to highlight all the stuff to extrude. So I really just need the holes. Honestly, I just need the center points for all the holes, but I guess we'll settle for this. Because it's hard to select the center point. You have to use like Alt keys. So right there. One of these, one of those. And these guys. These, I hope, are at least, oh god. They're like the Noctua fan design. Whoever made this one, it's fine. It's just hard to get to. You basically need that geometry, and I think there's a center in there somewhere. Awesome stream, off to study. I was hoping to fart, but I'll wait till next time. All right, man. Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out. All right, so we got those 4. I probably need a center position for this whole thing, and it doesn't look like I'm really going to get one. I guess I'll just take that piece right there. Click OK. So now the center of this is actually where the center of the fan is. That's close enough. I guess I'll put this in, the opening for the fan. Now the question is, if I'm going to put, the fan isn't going to go on standoffs. It'll have its own bolts that'll be a smaller radius than this. So I'll do that and then put a fastener through it, and that way the fan fully fits. Okay, maybe that wasn't very necessary. Control Z, let's undo all of that. Knock 2 is such a weird design, because it's got like the softening in the edges here that interrupts your hole, but yeah. Hey, Deets, how you doing? Bothering for years now. Yeah, 45 months. He's got the first subscriber badge, one of the few. I've scared away all the original viewers because I'm an asshole. No, thank you. I appreciate your subs over the years. So, I mean, I could go out to there, or I could go out to here. I could go out to the, like, that one. I don't know. Let's just make it 40. Call it a day. That's close enough. Might be a little bit of weird overlap there with the whatever the structures are in there, but I think for the most part, at least the fan blades are clear, and we'll get some air coming out of that. Rambling Geek, hey, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Let's get the standoffs out here so I know what I'm up against. Where them standoffs? Oh wait, I got a bunch sitting over here. Yeah, I got a bunch sitting on the old platen. Took an old piece of carbon fiber and we drilled out all the holes for everything on the previous versions of the sub. This is why I want to redesign, because this thing is like amateur hour. It's a good kind of amateur hour though. Armature hour. All right. So if these are going to sink completely into this thing, we need at least, God, that's a long standoff, isn't it? 5 millimeters. So if it's 5 millimeters, then we won't have any trouble with our standoff threads hitting up against the maker beam. And then they need to be, now I'm getting 2.4 2.4 on the caliper before I moved it away when I was putting pressure on it. So 2.4, 2.5 millimeter, right? 2.5 millimeter, but we want to go 0.2 below that because we want the threads to contact. We want the threads to actually grip. So we're going to go 2.2 millimeters for all of these holes. All of these are 2.2. All of them are 2.2, and if that doesn't cut it, I have a lot of numbers to change. See, that's actually smaller than the hole, than the actual bolt that's gonna go through that. But we'll be able to find. I'll use like laptop. I love the panhead screws, the panhead laptop screws. They look really good. What calipers do you suggest? I keep buying cheap ones from Amazon. They keep breaking. You're gonna be $140 down the tube on that one. I hate to tell you. Mitutoyos. Get some genuine Me-Toos. These guys right here. What length is that? It's like 11-ish inches, but the thing about the Me-Toos, is that you're not buying necessarily, I mean, you are buying precision and good engineering and stuff. What you're buying from this are edges that you can grip without hurting yourself. Slight quality, yes, Starrett's also a really good name. You're buying a tool that you can chuck around the lab a little bit, and it'll still work perfectly. You want to treat them with care, but yeah, really good. Brown Sharpie economy line. What's that? Yeah, Starrett's a really good brand. I don't know. I'm not good with visual calipers. I know how to read them. I'm just not good with them. But digital Mitutoyos give me inch and millimeter, and they give me all that precision. These are kind of damaged up here. These have a little bit of damage to them. I probably need to get another set. But $140 for a set of calipers might seem like a shock, but for the quality and for the years that you get out of these things. I've had these since 2013. I've had these since 2013. Brown and Sharp. Oh, it's not Brown and Sharpie? Does it have a date code on them? Oh God, they don't have anything on them. There's no, I can't read this. Original point set, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. There's probably a date on there somewhere. Eco's on the other end, yeah. That's about $15 a year. Well, I'm about to buy a new set, so I don't know about that. All right, we need to do 2.2s for the rest of these. Now, I should use an equals constraint on these. You can use the equal constraint. I could just draw the hoops and go equal, 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 and then when I change one, all of them will change. Because when I 3D print this, I'll go, man, that didn't quite fit as tightly as I want, and I stripped the plastic out very easily. Because the metal has the threads, and we're just relying on plastic to deform in order to create our connection. I think 2.2 is good. Generally, I go 0.2 above and below in order to create all the holes and stuff. There was a guide for creating 3D printed enclosures that I kind of internalized and follow that worked really well. It works really well for me. Yeah, man, I'm happy to give advice if people are kind enough in asking. and it's not totally derailing. And they're not. These have been very relevant questions to what I'm doing right now. So, good on you. All right, so 2.2 for all these guys. And some of them will get massive standoffs, too. That's going to be kind of comical. But in the end, it should look pretty good. I'm still kind of like, I'm still malding. I'm still seething over not being able to put the power supply in with the rest of the stuff. I know it's not necessary, but it would have, it would have looked good. It almost seems like a waste of space. But then again, I am just repurposing garbage to do jobs for me. It's kind of what this project is. Look at how small that one is. God, that's going to be annoying for me to highlight when I extrude. All right. Problem is I'm gonna have to zoom in, and because when you extrude, what AutoCAD is looking for are closed in non-construction lines. We're using construction lines in order to space things and put our geometries down and stuff like that, but we use the solid lines in order to extrude from. And if we have solid lines that represent things like where the hole is in the circuit board that I can't get rid of, I might be able to turn that into a construction line, but it makes it a real pain in the ass. Like, especially if you have an enclosure with two pieces and you need one piece to not be gripped by the screws and the other one is gripped by the screws, then you end up having a double hoop. You have a 2.2 and you have a 2.4, and then you have to highlight in between them and make sure you get it right. That's what going back in the timeline really aids in correcting. If you're like, oh, I forgot that one, you know, why does this screw not fit into the thing that I spent 6 hours printing? Oh, because I forgot to click one of these things. You double click on the step, click on the right thing, then you go back to print it again, and then you pour out a little bit of your 40 for the lost time. It's very frustrating to lose time like that. 2.2. So even this will get 2.2s because I have 2.5 millimeter. Will they fit in there? I think so. I think so. With the laptop screws that I like to use. I think so. Tinkercad, yeah, doesn't have the timeline, huh? I'm gonna try 2.2, but I think the screw heads fall through on that. Yeah, I guess I could. My Me Too's would have to come from Amazon, and then I don't know how out of. Hold on. I don't know how out of date the certificate would be for it. It costs a bit to send them back to get recertified. I thought of doing that with my multimeter too, because the multimeter that I have is like a fluke, right? It's a fluke, so you can drop it out of a work truck and it'll be okay when you find it again on the highway after it's been dragged, bounced around for like a mile. That's what's great about fluke, but my fluke meter that did me so well for so long eventually had the microcontroller pop. Something just broke in it, and I was just like, I don't do measurements anymore. And I'm like, what do you mean? I just had like an error on the screen. I'm like, what the fuck? So I went on eBay and I bought a fluke multimeter of the same model that had literally been in a fire, and the entire outer case was like melted. It had been in a fire. Took the two halves apart. I meant to make a popping noise. Instead, I just kind of put my fingers in my mouth for no reason. But I split the case apart, took the circuit board, just put it in the new meter. Close it up, boom, multimeter again. My multimeter has been to hell and back. All right, I think that's everything we need from this. Now, so relevant links. If you want to have more of a discussion, by the way, with more people, because I don't, a lot of the people aren't here, you should check out our Discord, because we have help sections and stuff where you can post things, and yeah, there you go, you got it. That's a good place, because yeah, a lot of stuff kind of gets swept under the carpet with the movement of chat. We can address a little bit more directly on that, and I'm always hanging out on Discord, so cool, man. Good to have you there. We don't do announcements for people arriving, by the way. We don't do that. Fuck that. I don't like that. You can just slide in or out of my Discord. I don't give two shits. It's a really good Discord. Yeah, that's a lie. Anyway, so I'm debating about whether I'm having the master of all debates right now about whether or not I want to size the base platen, the piece that's going to fit into the back of the wooden frame, if I want to undersize it a little bit so that I can make sure that it fits. I want it to press fit though. So a direct dimension to dimension interface is a press fit, and it can often be too tight of a press fit depending on what kind of liberties you took when you measured the thing. If it's a measured part, if it's somebody else's part and they got it like super duper accurate, you can typically do that. Or if you're printing everything for the same printer and you know all the dimensions are going to be driven by the same thing, if you do a dimension to dimension, sometimes it'll be a press fit, sometimes it won't. Now, because I'm printing in PETG and I'm printing extraordinarily hot, there can be warping There could be weird warping of the thing that I'm, especially elephant footing, where it actually melts into the bed a little bit. I gotta be careful about that. Also, all of that solid material is gonna be very difficult to print. It's gonna stick to the bed like you would never believe. Luckily, I don't directly print onto the glass, because I've had PETG prints pull up glass fibers before. Just a little crystalline glass structure pulled up with the print. If I allow it to cool fully and I spritz it with Windex, it should, you know, pop off. But if I do a direct dimension to dimension fit, I think this will be a good press fit. That wood has a little bit of, it's got a little bit of wiggle room in it. And then I need to plan out where the 4 little bendy posts are. This thing is like a picture or a clock frame or whatever that you would put, like, I don't know, like a lamp in, or put like a, I don't know, like a shrunken head that you got on Expedition in, and you put it up on the wall. Put some tape down. No, I refuse. I don't like the tape texture. I've got a coated bed. I print directly onto my table. I put my hand on the axis, and it prints directly into my hand. And if I need it to grip better, I squeeze. All right, I think I got everything in place. We should turn these into construction lines, by the way. We don't need those to actually be representated. But what we do need is a construction line in the middle of that. We need a construction line in the middle of that so I can build the posts. I can fix it in posts. I mean, what? Actually, we'll do a line just in the middle of the thing. Oh, wait, no. We need this. No. We need this line. We need this line. Oh, God, it goes all the way down. All the way down to there. And we take this one. Do the same thing. Oh. No. What are you? Oh, no. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. We did a lot. So we lost all our work. Why? Well, we're going to lose a little bit of work, depending on the autosave frequency. Let's see where we ended up, and then I'll rage quit. Half hour early. It does. It's like cloud autosave. It's not quite as good as Google, where like if every time you change something, it saves it, but oh boy. Thank you, civilian report ID. All right, close. Well. I forgot to hit Control S. I've never had problems with the program crashing, although I am streaming it right now, so this computer's doing quite a lot of stuff. Let's just see what we got. Let's see where we left off. 459. That's not too bad. No, wait. No, wait. Come back. You have to right-click it? What is this interface? This is like Eagle with all its stupid interfaces. Doesn't happen with SolidWorks. Fuck you! I hate that shit. Oh yeah? Well, my cat doesn't crash. But if you save it twice, it overwrites your file and deletes it. Like, come on. All of these programs have problems with them. Like right now, I can't see the grid. Don't pretend like your program is superior to this one. They all have their bullshit. I just find it so pretentious that people will come in here and like lord it over you. Yeah, all right, you're joking. I took you too seriously. I feel like people on Twitch aren't joking, and they like to just kind of hide behind that a lot of the time. All right, what were we doing? We were making center lines on this thing, and it looks like I gave it enough time by my incoherent rambling in order for it to auto-save, so... we didn't lose a lot. All computers suck, yeah. I mean, it's just like, you know, every CAD program has stuff that people rage out about. Where's my sketch thing? Oh, I'm just, the sketch is just visible. We're not actually editing it. I can't talk. All right, double click, hit X. Yeah. Whoa! Yeah, sign me up. I'm gonna buy all the file. Oh, wait, now he's gone. Fucker. I hate those fucking things. Twitch, please do something about view follow bots. For fuck's sake. Click. Bring it all the way down. DaveCAD. I use BotherCAD. It's not quite a post a sticky note, but it's good enough. It's my MS Paint that I just use to do everything in. When I'm explaining circuits and just trying to jot down notes, I'll usually throw up MS Paint. And I thought using a writing tablet would work really well. And so when chat was going to buy me a 3D printer, because I badmouthed 3D printers so much, I called them useless, which they were at the time. But they were going to buy me a 3D printer just outright. Turns out I was going to get one from a friend. So they actually, decided to get me a bunch of other stuff instead of a 3D printer. And so one of the things that they got me was a writing tablet, because it was something that I was looking at getting. I was like, I should get a writing tablet, and that way when I do notes and stuff like that, I can actually just write them. It's not quite like that. It's a little bit different. The writing tablet is not incredibly functional, and I haven't given it enough time to use. I don't have space on the desk. I don't know if you see the amount of space that I have to use on the corner of the desk here, but I'm like hunched up in the corner of the desk with like about a dinner plate sized piece of real estate that I can actually function on. So it didn't actually work that well for jotting down notes. I can just do stuff with the mouse anyway. But yeah, they went and they bought me a writing tablet, which is pretty awesome of them. Haven't been able to use it to fruition. All right, so we need to determine where we're going to put the posts that are going to mount this thing down to everything. They could take almost any form. I mean, we just need a foot that a trough is gonna, like a bolt is gonna go through. Why don't we do a 10 millimeter wide trough and we'll round the edges of it. 10 millimeter wide trough, we round the edges of it. Or keeping with the hexagonal look. Nah, I think it should be rounded. I think that'll look good. But then again, we're looking at it in terms of, hold on, let me finish the sketch real quick and just look. Because yeah, if we have that on one and then we have rounded posts sticking out of the other, I think maybe I do squares and then we'll chamfer the edges so that they're kind of like hex looking, and then they'll kind of blend in with these little shits right here that I built. So let's work on that. I seem to need space. Yeah, that's a pretty universal thing, huh? Okay, let's see. So I'm seeing space for fasteners here and here. Just in that, like, approximately middle of these boards. So where's a good position? I mean, if I actually make a square, then I'll be able to... Let's figure out where the center of this thing is. So center there. Center there. That should not have been a build line. Boop. And then we need to go a distance off of that. And this can be our mirror line for the two that we make. And we got to have it centered on this. So we're basically just going up a distance on this line. I guess we could do that with a square, and that way we'll have our 2 points built in, and then we can just project them over to the other side with a mirror. So take that, and I want it to be somewhere around here. What is that height? 52? Yeah, we'll make it 50 millimeters off of center. There we go. That's what that is. And just pop that right there. And it's the wrong type. Everything's the wrong type of line today. All right. So we got our construction lines and we got our corners up here. And so what I'll do is I'll make a 2-point. We were doing 2.6. Nothing on this is particularly heavy, so I think 2.6 should be enough of a radius that we can get the maker beam bolt through that, and it'll be able to grip. Or we could do 2. I could do 2, but that's 2, 4, 6, 8. Fuck that. No, we only need 4 4 of these things to hold it up, right? 4 of them, and then I'll make oblong posts so that it just kind of looks different. I don't know. It'll look good. It'll look good on you. So 2.6. Wait, did these need to be like 3s? I don't think so. These are like 2.6, 2.8. Oh, those are 2.8. 3.2. Those are 3s. Those are 3.4s actually. So those holes need to be 3.4 so that the maker beam bolts can go through them. Our fasteners are very small for this control panel. Oh my god, where's the dimension marker? Jeez. You can make a selection set that will view and unview all these geometries for you, depending on what you want to do in the program. Right now, I'm kind of fighting it in order to get to all this stuff, but... So yeah, what I'll do is I'll do a mirror operation on you. And actually, wait, let's make the posts first. I could just do 1 post, and then I could do the 4-way... I'll do or a rectangular pattern, and no, I'm not gonna make it that complicated on myself. Let's create a... well, actually, we were gonna make it a rectangle. So we'll make a rectangle from the center. The center is gonna be this guy, and we'll make it 10 by... So the top dimension has to be 10. That's the size of the maker beam. And then we'll take it out to... I don't want to get too close to where I have to have a hole anyway. 10 by 30? 10 by 30. And that'll just make a flat... It's just more stuff to grip the maker beam. I don't think it's... I can't justify it in any kind of an engineering sense, right? Why did you make it do this? What are your numbers to back this? It looks cool. I don't... What? Center rectangle. You call yourself an engineer. 10 by 30. Not 330. 10 by 30. And then we've got a couple squares all the way over here. So what I'm going to do is just take these. Oh, let's go into mirror first. I'm going to mirror them. I've already got my mirror line because I created it by finding the center. And so these should be evenly spaced on this control panel. What this also does is this actually picks the control panel out and away from the maker beam and stuff so that there's a little bit of airflow behind it. It's weird because everything is getting pushed out sort of and away from the wall, which is weird. But it's just because of the stuff. I mean, if I flipped the reservoir around, we probably would get just about the same visuals from it. It wouldn't be as like, we wouldn't be covering up all of our spaghetti, which is we're kind of covering up the spaghetti in this, which I think I appreciate. Yeah, covering up the spaghetti is good. All right, so yeah, that's it, done. So I think we're ready to extrude, and this is gonna be like the ultimate clicking nightmare. I'm very clear I'm not an engineer. No, like me. Technically, I have taken money for engineering jobs, so I am technically an engineer on paper. So I am not just going to extrude this. Well, actually, let's take these two. I'm not just going to extrude at 5 millimeters. I'm going to go from object to object. So we want to go distance is instead to object. And then the object is this right. That right there. So now if I've measured everything correctly, those should all be in the right spot. What an unceremoniously terrible looking fan hole that I've created. What have I done? What have I done? I don't know if the standoffs are going to have enough room around this fan. That might be a concern. Might have to move the fan in order to make the standoffs actually fit next to... What are these? Okay, those are for fastening the fan. And this one here and this one here. What's our radius around the... Let me go back to the sketch real quick. I'll do a construction radius. And these take up approximately... 5.5. That one will fit. That one will fit too. Why do they look like they're... Oh, because it's encroaching on... Yeah, so there's actually a lot more room than I thought there. Okay, those will fit. Those will fit. That's all I wanted. All right, let's see. So far, we just have a little plate there. So what we're going to do is now make the posts. So I'm going to need the maker beams back. I need my sketch back. What I'm going to do is I'm going to extrude, and I can't get to the lines. So I'm going to actually unview the body that we are going to attach this to. What is body 2? Oh, yeah, that's the... Hold on. Res brack. Res brack mirror. And then this one is... let's call it platen. Platen is that my new word. Anyway, I'm going to unview the platen, even though we are going to actually be adding a solid to that platen. I'll unview it while I select the posts. So now I'm going to hit E for extrude, select this, 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 and this, and then we go to object, distance, to object. All of this stuff, all this stuff that I'm doing, the reason that I do this stuff instead of like measuring it and doing a specific measurement distance, all of this stuff is programming the software in its own method to retrace the steps that I used to design this thing, right? I'm trying to build up that timeline so that if I change things, it's not going to trip up on the timeline. And there are weird tricks to doing that, but as long, you know, using the commands like this, I can do that, where if I go back in the timeline and I move something, as long as the designation of that object that it needs to go to doesn't change, it will be able to redo it. Feature-based parametric modeling. Those are a lot of words that I need to look up. Okay, so now I can review the platen, and now it wants me to cut, but I'm going to join. Yeah, I don't have the brain meat to come up with that. My brain meat. Oh my God, we're an orthopedic view. God, I hate ortho view. So, orthographic perspective with ortho faces is actually pretty good. I haven't been using that recently, but when you click on the face, it'll ortho your drawing, and now you're looking at everything at the same perspective, right? This is like a drawing on paper, and it doesn't have the perspective, not perspective, but you're looking at everything as if you're laying it out flat on a piece of paper, like a technical drawing, which is helpful if you want to like position stuff to be even and things like that. But if you change it to an isometric, then you're actually seeing it like a normal human sees stuff. It's just for some reason they allow you to view stuff at an isometric angle in ortho mode, which makes everything like, things farther away are larger. What's going on? It's so weird. I don't know why they allow you to do that. Plain view, yeah. All right, so let's make these just kind of look like, you know, that a little bit. So I think my chamfer was 2.5. I don't know what that's going to end up making these look like, but I'll go through the trouble of selecting all of them, and then I'll put in the 2.5 millimeter. Because I want to get this done. I want to get my printer running on these, and then on Thursday we'll do more. Hopefully I'll get some parts in. I don't know if I want to model the I don't want to model all the weird water cooling stuff that I'm getting in the mail. That distribution manifold, I'm probably going to have to make a 3D model of, aren't I? Yeah, so Fusion allows you to do something that I never have the foresight to do. There's actually user parameters in here, and you can select that, you can use them like a variable, and that way when the software rebuilds all your stuff, it's referencing your numbers directly, instead of, for instance, like if I made all of those circles using an equals constraint and I wanted to change that number, it's safer to use a user-defined parameter, and you could say hole dimension is like L or something like that. Well, you can do like variable names and then actually put them into your equations as you build everything. I don't have the kind of foresight to do that. But I can go back into the chamfer set step and change it too. That's good enough. It's good enough. I'm not mad at that. That's pretty good. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. Since I'm gonna be printing this side up, I might as well. Well, but then the fasteners are gonna stick through, aren't they? I don't have it. I don't have that skill. I don't know what's gonna happen. All right, chamfer, and then I just give that a little, just a little one of these. I don't know. They'll soften the edge a little bit. Soften the edge a little bit. Now the 3D printer's not gonna know what to do with that. That's too thin, so it's probably just gonna like truncate it. But it's whatever. It takes the edge off. Literally. Oh God. Oh, I hate myself. Woof. Woof. Yeah. So now, if I wanted to, if for instance this press fit is not gonna work out for me, which I have a feeling it's not, I'm gonna have to spool up this entire fucking thing again. But this time I'll use a press pull, which is this command right here. Press pull on the outside edges of this thing in order to push them in just by like a fraction. Really, I could have done in the sketch, I could have done an offset on it, but I didn't want like a 0 offset in the sketch. That doesn't really work. So I could do a press pull, or I can redo, you know, the geometries of the solid in post. But iteratively, I think I'm going to get away with, at the moment, I think I'm going to get away with this being the same dimension. One thing I probably need to do is cut out, I may just cut them out of this because I'm not going to use them for anything. The little metal tabs that are designed into this, though they'll still be there. So maybe I do want to put like just a little half circle on these tabs wherever they sit. So let me just get an idea of where they're going to be. This one is 4.5 millimeters, and then it sits from the edge 57.56. Man, that's a weird, that's a 4.5, half of 4.5 minus 57.56 minus half of 4.5. I'm just gonna pull them out with a pair of pliers. Just use steam. I bet you that stain will come off. I don't know. That stain is like super cheap. I don't know what my brother used on that. So we only have that. We don't have like an air hole in this yet. Steam it for the press fit. But I want to be able to remove this easily. I think it'll press fit right now. I think that'll be fine. But yeah, I'll need to do like a little hole in this thing, like a little grating hole, which I'll design. I guess I could do it now. Let's do just like a couple slats at the bottom there, just to allow air in. So that would be, this would be Platin sketch. Let's go back into that. Let's go back into the Platin sketch. That, by the way, when you go back into a sketch, it will reverse time to when you first made the sketch. Hex grid pattern over the entire back. You will be able to see that, yes, but it'll also completely tank my copy of Fusion 360, and it'll cause it to crash. I did that on the Norn. I did hex grid patterns on the Norn, and it like, man, it hated it. Then again, the Norn's pretty cool looking. I was never able to print what I designed. I just didn't have time. Julian wanted to get the hardware in hand, so I did standoffs on the Norn and like barely fit together. But like, here's what I came up with on the Norn. Control S. It's too late. It's too late. Oh God. Oh no, we're gonna die. We're dead. We're dead, chat. We're dead. All of our work is gone. I hope it'll pull itself out of this. Hold on. I think it will. Computer is very fast right now. GTX 970, activate. Please help me. Help. I'm dying. I just opened up a comprehensive, complicated 3D model based on a lot of parts at random. Oh boy. Oh boy. Did I think I thanked Rambling Geek, right? I know that flew by when I was saying something else and I didn't acknowledge it at first. But Rambling Geek, thank you for subbing. I really appreciate that. This will eventually come back, and then I'll be able to continue. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, no. Oh, it came back. We don't need the gonk. All right. Still in ortho mode. Why do computers think that's how we see the world? All right. So this is the Norn case, and I tried to be real fancy with it and make it out of a bunch of different parts that actually printed directly from the bed up. But my PETG is so melty that it had a lot of trouble with the rounded corners, and nothing really fit together. So like if I, in the bodies, if I unview some of the plates like that, you can see that what I've done is I've built internal standoff structures that would have printed up from the bed that would hold all the different plates together and sort of keep this whole design, you know, there. But it never, I didn't have time to print it properly. I didn't have time to do a proper print on this, so it's just the bottom and the top plate with standoffs in between it. Julian's been working with the piece of hardware so that he actually knows how it functions. We'll eventually get him back in, but yeah, I do kind of wish I could print that properly. There's just some issues with my printer that I can't do everything that I design exactly. Close, I got close. I'd have to tweak the printer a little bit, and I probably need a parts cooling fan. So anyway, that was worth it. Close. All right, so I'm just going to put a couple slats up the center of this thing. So we're in this drawing. We've got our line there. I could base them off of the standoff location. I think it's probably bad for it to be on that, though. I'll just draw this out, and we'll take this, we'll take it 10 millimeters in. Well, actually, I kind of want them to be, no, they're not going to be that wide. Okay, so 10 millimeter in, X, and then we're going to create, my only problem with doing it this way is that you can't really redo these commands. So if I make a center point slot and I take it out 30 millimeters and I make it, I think 4 millimeters will be good. 4 millimeters, and then I've got this slot defined, right? Except for the radius for some reason. I specifically said 30 millimeters and I hit OK on that, and it ignored me. So we'll do a distance command on that. That's not the right one. D, right there. That is reading as, what the fuck? Okay. What are you doing? What are you doing to me? You're making me into a liar. D, U. There it is, 60. So 60, enter. There, now it's locked in. So in order to create a vent, I mean, we've got one thing that resembles a vent. That's not really a vent. Oh, and also we didn't incorporate any of the stuff like the tubes that are going in or the wires that are coming out. So I need to make like a big opening right here, probably right under the LCD, and then I'll make a big opening over here too. But anyway, creating slots like this and then creating a vent pattern out of it, I can create a rectangular pattern going in this direction, right? And I can do it based on, not the extent, because that's stupid, doing it on the spacing. So if this is 4 millimeters, I can make them 6 millimeters apart, and I can put 5 of them, I don't know, 5 of them, distance 6. And then that didn't quite do it. Why is it doing a horizontal pattern too? Oh, did I just put it into the horizontal pattern area? Wait a minute. Oh, direction, select, this way. Ooh, wow, it just totally messed it up, didn't it? Yeah, I shouldn't have put anything in that field. I messed it up. Create rectangle, this thing, and then we're going in this direction, and then we're going -6, and then we're gonna make, oh, it's not extent, it's spacing. Quantity, 5. Distance, -6. Why did that go to 3? Where's my 5? Wait, I only see 3. What's going on here? That's weird. It only made 3. I'm doing a pattern in 2 directions. Yeah. I get it. Rectangle. We're going spacing. 5, distance 0, direction type 1 direction. I mean, I've used rectangular pattern before, and it hasn't tried to make more to the right or left, because we're not giving it that other, it's just the extent type is 1, and I'm not doing it in the other. I'm giving it 0 millimeters. That's right, I was putting in the wrong one. 0. This one should be 5. Distance of 10. Oh yeah, we need to give it 1. 1 in the horizontal direction, the other, yeah, it's just the repeat fields. I don't know, UI could use like a box. All right, so why did it change to 10? 6. 2 millimeters in between them. It needs to look more like an actual vent. Maybe do 5, but I think those will be pretty weak as it is. So I think that'll be pretty good. I mean, that's all we really need from a vent. We just need like a little inlet for air. Man, I just got tripped up by the UI on that one. I think in the past I'd go horizontal first. Yeah, they don't label them at all. You just have to look at what numbers have changed. All right, so there's that. Finish the sketch. Suddenly nothing matters. Let's take the initial extrusion, undo our vent holes. Click OK. And now we've at least got a vented chamber. Look at that. Only thing that's left in my mind to do is just to give it an appearance. And then from here, I need to do all the iterative design stuff, which is making the dimensions fit just right, which is going to be the real pain in the ass. I'm going to spend, like, this will probably be a very long print, this piece right here, because it's got to lay down the plastic for a pretty large area. Now, I've done larger prints than this, but not often, so we'll have to see how this comes through. My dimensions are locked in on my printer, though. That's true. Axis isn't relative. That's, yeah, because it's just direction. I don't know. For me personally, like if I had just like as a UI element, like a border box around the separations of one direction versus the other direction, it probably would have confused me a little less, or not. I could have been just as confused. All right. So anyway, we've created a couple brackets here, and I hope at least some people have learned things. There were a few people who came into the stream and were asking advice on how to do stuff in Fusion. Now, keep in mind, like my view of Fusion is like super duper compacted, just because I'm super full of myself and I've got these 2 big screens on the sides, so that I can show you stuff and how cool I am all at the same time. So we've got kind of like a squished view. On the full desktop, on a normal desktop, there's a lot of work area in Fusion 360. When you go to use Eagle, it'll try to use up all of your work area, and you have to kind of brush back all the tools in order to see what's going on. So far, so good on this, right? So they give you a direction selection so you can pick a line to make the axis. I think so, yeah. I think that's why they kind of guide you through. Now, I still need to make a bracket that's going to hold up the heat sink and the pump. And we're waiting for parts to make the, wait a minute. What's going on here? That whole body should have been the same thing. Did it somehow, what the? Oh, is it just having trouble rendering it? No. Oh, weird. All right, so the appearance tool did a weirdo. Sometimes you gotta like remind it. Yeah, see, that was me reminding it. You have to like toggle the radio buttons around in order to tell it that you actually want the whole solid to be the same color. it sometimes messes up on that. So I'm going to have maker beam bolts come through there. They'll be visible from the front, but there's going to be a lot of other stuff going on. I may do tubes over here. That actually is a good spot for them to come up. Tubes and wires coming up from this end over here, and then they'll have to go down, loop around, and go... Oh, that's a great feature, Fusion. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That feature's really fantastic little feature there, being able to move this like freely in space. I guess if you put together all your kinematics, that's actually a good feature, but it's like we were so careful to put everything into place, and then I just misclick and like yeet something off to the side. God damn it. Anyway, the front panel view is going to be interesting. You'll kind of be able to see the translucent stuff behind things, and then I'll have brass standoffs coming all the way up to the components. Once I figure out those heights, I can actually put them into position. We got the whole thing to be even though it kind of comically stands up on these big standoffs. It's not going to really look anything like this rendering, though. I mean, the Noritake screen is not blue, and our platens are not going to be made out of completely transparent plastic. It's going to be quite opaque, and it'll be a dark color, and it'll be opaque, but a little light's going to sneak through it when we have a light source. So if I have indicator lights, or if I decide to put lights behind everything, sneak some Christmas lights back there, then we'll actually be able to get a little bit of illumination behind things. It'll be cool. All right, so far so good. Of course, I also probably want to design a plate that goes on top of this too, just so it doesn't look like a radiator sitting out in the front of everything. And we don't have room for a 60mm fan back here unless I can get a really slim one. Just having the radiator in general is enough cooling for the rest of this thing. And we got the 140mm fan. I could probably just haphazardly put another 40mm fan back there and get just a modicum of airflow across the water. It's not going to be necessary, though. 90% of the cooling is just going to be from the volume of water in the reservoir. Like, this is totally unnecessary. We're going way beyond the Call of Duty on this one. All right. How about that Battlefield 1942 or 2042 community, huh? They're doing great. All right, anyway, that's it for today. We'll be back on Thursday. I may have updates. I'll hopefully have parts by Thursday. Same bat time, same bat channel. Start at 12:30 Eastern Standard. Hopefully I won't, feel like crap when waking up now. I don't know what that was. It's come to pass. So, oh yeah, one thing we need to do now that we're done with that platen, air quotes on that one for done. After the sketch, all the way up until it's done, I'm going to group that. So it's going to clean up the drawing. It's going to clean up the timeline mainly. The timeline's nice and clean. I've got step, insert stuff, lock it down, drawing, extrusions and chamfers, drawing, extrusion and transfers, drawing, extrusion. Basically, get all the stuff in, get it into the place you want it, then build each individual piece of connective tissue from there. And that's the way that I keep Fusion running happily, keep the drawings organized, keep you able to go into an old drawing and go, oh, that's what I was doing. I don't use the user variables, although that's a good way to do it too. If you're going to be iteratively designing stuff a lot, using user variables is a really good way to make sure that your iterative design doesn't explode when you start moving stuff around. What is this? It's a new message center. This appearance cannot be deleted. All right, man. All right, man. You do what you do, all right? Control S. Oh my God. So many Control S, all the things. All right. If Flatulent Gonad is online, I'm going to raid him. Son of a bitch. He's not online. All right. We've verified that Flatulent Gonad's not online, so I don't have to feel bad when I don't raid him. Torque. Oh, thank you for the sub. Wait, how long is that? 14 months. Holy hell, man. Thank you so much. Hey, I just got the kind of a big deal achievement. What is that even? For my creator dashboard. Kind of a big deal. Reach 250,000 hours watched on your channel. Man, these people that come from YouTube and they get like 1,000 viewers, they don't know the struggle of getting all these little landmark achievements to make your channel something. We grew this from nothing. Like, I just started with a couple people from Discord that were like the old moderators of the Red Letter Media streams. And it was like 5 people consistently watching, and I built it up to here. This is momentous. This is awesome. I'm happy to have you guys here in 2022. We're gonna keep these streams coming. We're gonna keep doing cool stuff with the tiny little scraps of money that come from me from Twitch, from you guys contributing and subbing to this channel. I enjoy doing this immensely, and I like kind of bringing this out to you guys and stamping down you shitheads under my heel, bringing you guys along with just building projects, just having fun, and hopefully you guys learned something. I know I've definitely learned a lot from you guys along the way. I can code Python now, you know? All right. Basecam. I'm back on Thursday. I will see you guys there. Yeah, I can't wait for another year of being berated by the streamer. How fucking dare you? Yeah, exactly. All right. Thank you. Thank you for watching. I'm out. The end card. Put so much effort into it, and then I forget to do it before the stream ends. Is that correct? Yes, it's actually correct. Sorry, OctoJ's like on vacation for a while, so I've had to pick up the pieces of the functionality of my former moderator. He's still the moderator here. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on Thursday. We will be doing possibly more Fusion and testing water cooling stuff as it rolls in. I'll see you then.